IB Nation, welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Happy Friday, and we have a lot to get to today, so we're going to jump right into it. I'm sure as you guys saw this morning, Jakobe Clapper, linebacker out of Ohio, committed to Notre Dame this morning, and that was the first notification that I looked at from my phone when I got back this morning from taking the dog out. So It was a good way to start the day. So we're going to begin today's show by breaking down his commitment. And then after that, as you guys know, it is Friday. So it's the Irish Breakdown free-for-all Friday mailbag. So be sure to get those questions and comments in. But first, Brian, big commitment this morning, man.
Yeah, it was a surprising one from the standpoint of the timing. I was not aware that was happening today. If this is one of those ones, Trev, that for a while now, it was a when, not if recruitment. I mean, the kid, I don't know that he's even visited anyone in the last couple months except for Notre Dame. What I was told is he was going to probably take some officials and then make his decision afterwards. And I guess he decided in the last couple of days that he was ready to go and kind of get over kind of deal with the inevitable of, hey, this is a kid that wants to be at Notre Dame and why drag it out? And it was an interesting recruitment, Trev, because Notre Dame has been perceived as the leader for a while for Jakobe Clapper, but there was a period in there where it was really quiet. And so I'm doing some digging on him and I talked to some people and they're like, yeah, he's been kind of just hasn't talked a lot. So we're not sure if it's like if the interest level, apparently if the interest level's not there or kind of what the deal is, but apparently he just was kind of disengaged from the recruiting process. And I think part of that was he's known where he's going to go for a while. He just didn't seem to be any super big rush to make it happen. Well, he made it happen. And so I woke up this morning, Trevor, I was kind of like you, and I only been up for about 5 minutes and I look at my phone and I'm like, oh, I guess that's happening today. And so I went and quickly got the story ready. Normally we kind of know when these are going to happen, but every now and then a kid makes a decision and we're not prepared for it. We knew this was going to happen. What we didn't know is the when. And so he made a decision today, and Notre Dame remains hot on the recruiting trail. I mean, this is just, they went through that lull in January to March, which we said it's not abnormal. Let's see how things are when we get to the end of April and we get to the end of into May. Well, end of April, Notre Dame is loaded up on commitments. They've really filled up this last month, and they've had a bunch of kids on campus, a bunch of kids that they're in and now in a great position to close on. There's still a lot of closing that needs to be done, but this is a staff that's in position to really fill out, really fill out this recruiting class in a really impressive level. So there's not a lot of backstory there. This is kind of one of those ones that it was almost, Trev, to the point where I didn't even know what else to say about him. He kind of would just randomly like, oh, by the way, Jakobe Clapper's visiting tomorrow. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Like, all right, here we go. Let's do it. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, he's on campus now. And then, it was just an interesting recruitment in that regard, to be honest with you. So, but it was a very anticlimactic recruitment. It was really, like I said, just a matter of when, not if. And, good football player. I love the region. I love getting kids out of Ohio. This is their second kid in a row out of St. Xavier, excuse me. Oh my gosh, the St. X people are going to be so mad that I said St. Ignatius. From St. Xavier. This is a school that, I like recruiting from. It's down in the Cincinnati area. And, you get kids from there, that's a plus. And, it's a Catholic school league. He was very productive. He was an all-state kid last year for St. X, a team that was very good, had over 100 tackles, had 10.5 tackles for loss for them. This past season had 4.5 sacks, two fumble recoveries, a forced fumble, and again, and didn't have Gordy Solstead playing in front of him this year like he has in the past because Gordy obviously was hurt this year, but very strong pickup. And like I said, just another kid from the state of Ohio. And anytime you can get kids out of Ohio, especially that Cincinnati Catholic School League, I view that as a plus. So, you're looking at this class, guys, and we're talking about how impactful the state of Florida is for Notre Dame so far, and they've dipped into North Carolina, which is a very important state, and they've gone down They haven't got anybody out of Texas yet, but they're in a great position to actually. They have. I'm sorry, they got Bubba Fraser's from Georgia. They haven't got anybody out of Texas yet, but they're in a great position with several guys from Texas. But at the end of the day, you still have to be able to have some success in your backyard. And your backyard is obviously Indiana, but then surrounding it, it's Illinois, it's Michigan, it's Ohio. And if there are kids in Kentucky and Tennessee, that's kind of your backyard as well. You've had a great year so far in Michigan for recruiting offensive linemen. You got a cornerback from Tennessee. You're recruiting some players in Illinois in the 26 and 27 class that you're after. There's some big-time 27 kids, and now you dip into Ohio. So you still have to have a foundation of Indiana and the estates that are attached to Indiana. That still has to be a very important part of where they're recruiting, because you're not just going to get studs from this area, which you will get some studs, but this is where a lot of your program guys come from. And when I look at Jakobe Clapper, he's a great program guy, the kind of program guy you want for a team trying to win a title. And what I mean by that is this. A lot of people think program guy, they think a guy that's not all that talented. Well, that's true for teams that aren't competing for championships. But for teams that are competing for championships, it's guys like this. Maybe he's not ready to come in and play as a true freshman in the same way that Kingston and Madden and Drake Bowen and guys like that were ready to kind of come in and help you right now. He's 6'2". It's about 200 to 205 pounds. He's going to need some time to develop, but he's a talented player that I think understands. I mean, he's not committing to Notre Dame with what they've done the last couple of years. If he's thinking like, dude, I'm walking in and playing day one. Like, I don't, and if I'm not, I'm out of here. He's not committing to Notre Dame with that mindset. This is a kid that's going to come in, put his head down, put in the work. Before he's starting at linebacker, he's probably starting on several special teams. And then eventually maybe he's in the 2 deep or starting at linebacker. But this is the kind of kid that you like. And when you get kids out of your backyard, those kids have a higher tendency to be that type of mindset player. And there's a support system that's you're having a tough time on Friday after class. You're home in Trev. I mean, it's not that far of a trip. I'm assuming, made that trip from Elkhart to Cincinnati. I would imagine at some point in time, you're home by dinner. After your last class is over, you're home by dinner, basically. And it's nice to have that kind of support system for young men that are that close. And so I think in a lot of different ways, this is a good, strong commitment for Notre Dame. You get a good football player, but you're tapping into that base area and that Cincinnati, especially the Catholic School League, but even this area. I mean, Ben Minnick is from Cincinnati, Tabron Benny Powell from Cincinnati. They were both from public schools. But this is one that you're tapping into that Catholic League, and the Cleveland area is a good one, but this one's the Cincinnati area. You can tap into those schools like Moeller and St. X, and that those are areas where Notre Dame has to do well when there are kids like this, and they were able to get it done, and it's another win for the staff. Hey, Sean, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing wonderful, man. Great Friday to everybody out there. Ready to end the weekend talking about another commitment. 26 class on fire. I expect it to get a little bit more combustible.
It's going to keep growing.
In a few weeks, possibly. So, yeah, everybody should be feeling good. T Squared, what's going on, my guy?
My man, Sean. What's going on, bro?
Hey, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too, man.
This came out of nowhere.
The timing of it did, yeah.
Yeah. It was like, wait a minute, I don't think the affinity that he had for the program, I don't think that came out of anywhere. I'm very interested in with King, some of the other linebackers left on the board. A kid like this might have to think, okay, what slots are going to fill up?
Yeah, I think there might have been something to that. When you look at some of the guys that were coming up on campus, and I think there's part of that. You know what I think really what it came down to, Sean, is he had talked to Notre Dame about, I want to take some officials. But it's like, okay, where are you going to an official visit to? I don't know. I'm going to visit you guys. Well, where else? I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll see. And like maybe like Iowa. I think it just came down to kind of like Aiden Pouncey. It's like, yeah, I had a plan, but I don't want to. I know where I want to go now. And I don't want to be disrespectful to these other teams and visit them and do all this. when I know where I'm going to go. And I think there's a time and a place where that's okay. Like when Jadon Blair took his officials last year, Notre Dame was clearly the team to beat. Somebody else is going to have to do a great job, but he had a process in place. He had visits already scheduled. It was like, this was what we said we were going to do when this whole process started. And so he went in the officials with as open mind as you possibly can, knowing that you're going to have to be better than Notre Dame. And that's a tough task. I think with Jakobe, it was a little bit of a different process. I don't think he had the same sort of thought out, this is how it's going to go. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I just think it was like, look, I know where I want to go and I'm ready. And we saw that with Aiden Pouncey. We saw that with Gregory Patrick. I mean, that kind of came out of nowhere, not from the standpoint of like, we knew he was going to commit, but it wasn't like he'd always said, hey, when we get to April, whatever, that's decision-making mode for me. I think, Sean, like you said in your interview, he was coming home from a Michigan visit thinking like, dude, I'm going to Notre Dame. So let's just do it. And that's really, I mean, that's how it happened with Ben Nichols. That's how it happened with Tyler Merrill. That's how it happened with Sullivan Garvin. It just, especially the Midwestern kids, it tends to kind of just be like that. So I think the class size that they may only take 2, it depends on who else is in the class. He knew he wanted to be there. He knew they wanted him. So it's like, you know what, let's just do this thing. And I think that's really where a lot of this came from with Jakobe Clapper. You know, when we'll get into the what's next after the film breakdown and get into the guys that's still on the board, but you know, it's an interesting year too, because it's not a great linebacker class nationally. And you're getting to a situation where I don't know that they need to go beyond 2. They liked this kid. He was definitely a take for them. He decided he was ready to go. So it was a no-brainer really for me. I don't think there was any, from my understanding, talking to sources, there was never a, well, hold on, Jakobe, let's wait. We want to see how we are doing with this guy over here or this guy over here. I think it was like, dude, when you're ready, let's do this thing. I don't know what, what are you waiting on? You know, I know they were trying to close on him in the spring when he visited in March, but I just think he was just kind of, I know, but I'm not quite ready to say, yes, let's do this thing. It's like a marriage, Sean, or an engagement. You may know, you don't engage to your wife or your future wife like the second you realize I want to marry this woman, right? Like there's some thought, okay, let me think this through. Let me seek my dad's counsel. Let me do this. I got to go buy the ring. It's kind of the graphic. You got to get that. There's a process that goes beyond the moment this is what I'm going to do. And I think that's kind of what Jakobe went through. It's like, I think he knew for a while, but there's obviously was a time recently where he's like, okay, I'm done. I'm ready to go. And it's a good pickup. Another 13, commitment number 13 for Notre Dame, correct? It is now the 6th defensive commit. So the defensive class is starting to fill up and catch the offensive class. You got 7 on offense, 6 on defense. And it's another good pickup. 2 D linemen, 2 linebackers, 2 DBs. That's a pretty good balance right there by this old Notre Dame staff. What do you guys think?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're hitting the key areas that they need to continue rounding out and building out depth. Something that I appreciate. Brian, you've talked to me about it on shows, and we've all talked about it off air. But in previous regimes, Notre Dame would only hit certain position groups. And so it's comforting to me knowing that Notre Dame is targeting all levels of offense and defense in these classes, making sure that they're consistently bringing in talent across the board year in and year out. It's a good spot to be in. It's funny that we're talking about how, not a lot went on with this recruitment, but from a staff standpoint and from a fan standpoint, that would be the ideal recruitment, is just stay in contact. Kind of Notre Dame has kind of been in the lead the entire time. And then just when you make your decision, you make your decision.
It got to the point where at one point in time, Sean, I talked to somebody like, we're not sure what's going on because he hasn't really engaged the process a whole lot, and that can be taken as he's just not engaging the process, or maybe he's leaning somewhere else. And I think once they finally were able to connect and get on the same page, they realized that he was just kind of focused on school and, and just other things beyond just like recruiting, which I think is when Notre Dame kind of knew like, yeah, this kid's done. Like we know where this one's going to end. Like, where are you going to visit? I don't know. I may go over here. What about, and just was kind of one of those things. So good pickup for Notre Dame. And it's kind of linebacker you like at Notre Dame, right? Catholic school kid, quality athlete, physical kid, smart kid, and not a kid that really cares a lot about a superficial stuff. He just wants to go out there and play. If that doesn't fit like Max Bulla, recruit, I don't know what will. You know what I mean? Because that just kind of seems to fit like what they're looking for. So, and then Trev, we can dive into the class impact next and talk about that more specifically.
Yeah. So when you go and you look at class impact, he's the second linebacker to the class. He gets paired up with Thomas Davis Jr., who has been committed for quite some time. I don't remember the exact date that he committed, but he was one of the first 2026 commits on the board, correct? For Notre Dame in this cycle. So he joins Thomas Davis Jr., and you said that he is now the 6th defensive addition to this class. And so, Brian, Sean, when you guys look at the class impact, what it means bringing in a guy like Jakobe Clapper, we've touched on some things, but big picture, what does this mean for Notre Dame's class?
You had start, Sean.
Well, for me, I think Brian spoke to it, right? In any position room, you have guys that are program guys. And I think the elite guys that are still out there for this class are what you want the class to finish out on, right? And that just from a chronological standpoint, those are the guys that is probably going to take an official visit to close the deal up this summer. And so you talk about guys like Thomas Davis, who I think has a higher ceiling than most people think and what he can become. And you talk about Clapper, who might not have as high a ceiling as the guys that might come into the class, or Thomas Davis Jr. You talk about a guy that I don't even want to call him a floor guy, because the guys you mentioned, Ben Minich, Taven Benny Powell, that came from that area, I think they have really shown how well the development at Notre Dame has increased in all position rooms. Because you watch those young players, and when they're getting their opportunities and what you saw from them this spring, you say to yourself, I know I was really high on Taven Benny Powell when he was
a lot higher than I was.
Yeah, we differed on him. Both of us thought a lot about Ben Minich. We just thought he was kind of overshadowed by the 5-star he played next to every week. So when you have things like that, and you talk about the region, it's big to just dip into Ohio and dig from the wealth of that talent in that state, because Ohio State has lived off of it. Michigan has lived off of it. Michigan State has lived off of it for a long time.
Has had
Bama's lived off of it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
Texas had a linebacker that they came up and got. Remember Jordan Hicks? And he ended up getting drafted. They got him out of Ohio.
Considerable.
The other thing too, Sean, about that area is there's really good coaching in that area. You talked about Tabron, Benny Powell, and Ben Minich came from the same high school. They came here well coached already. When you look at St. X kids, that's another school. That's another example of that too, Sean. Is you're getting a kid that's going to come in, knows how to get coached hard. Doesn't come from a program where they're always like, it's okay that you missed that tackle. We love you. You got to get coached, and you got to take good coaching, and you're playing against a high level competition. For a kid to have 100 tackles and 10.5 tackles for loss, you're doing that against other teams that are going to be playing with Division I football players. I mean, you're watching them play Moeller, you're watching them play St. Ignatius. I mean, they're playing really good football programs. And the other thing too, Sean, is like, I think with this commitment, they are good at linebacker as far as the numbers need. I think too, with it being with how well they've done at the position in recent years. I mean, you got 3 last year, in Madden Faremo, Anthony Sacca, and Josiah Kia. You got, I believe, 3 the year before with Kingston, Bodie Cahoon, Teddy Rizak. You got 3 the year before with Drake Bowen, Jaden Osbury, Preston Zinner, and a grand total of 0 of those players have transferred out of the program. I think numbers-wise, especially as Notre Dame transitions to more of a 2 linebacker set as their base defense, that I think 2 is the number where you're like, we're good if it ends here, because you did get 2 good football players. And I like Jakobe Clapper. I grade him as a 4-star, top 250 caliber player. Thomas Davis, I grade out higher, both front now and baseline. I think they fit well. I think Thomas kind of I think Thomas can play Will, but he just has a lot of Mike in him. A lot of Mike linebacker in him.
Yeah.
Whereas when you look at Jakobe Clapper, you talk about the class impact, the class fit, he's to me more of a Will, but he also has some skill, Sean. Now, the question I have is body. Can his body fill out? But they'll line him up on the edge. Like he plays all over for St. X, which I love.
Mm-hmm.
He'll play Will. He'll play like basically in the slot as a rover. I saw against Ignatius and Moeller, they basically put him as like an alley safety, and he just ran to the ball. Like it reminded me of, remember when Notre Dame did that with Chinadum and Dukeway back in the day, and then they did it with Harrison Smith again against, I think it was like Navy, where they just put Chinny at like the middle of the field. He just kind of, go to the ball, and he had like 18 tackles or something crazy that game. They did that with him. And then there's times where they'll line him up on the edge. It's funny, Rivals lists him as an edge, which I think is odd. This kid's 200 pounds and 6'2", and he doesn't have like the freaky Logan Thomas type of length to be an edge player. He's a freaking linebacker. He's an off-ball linebacker. However, they will put him on the edge, and so you see some of that versatility. And as we saw from Notre Dame in the spring, Sean, one of the new things that we saw was they were going with like an odd front with a linebacker kind of coming off the edge. He's a guy that has some traits to do that in a third down type of scenario. As he fills out his frame, because he's got some pop. We'll show it on film. He's got some pop when he arrives at the ball. So I think the scheme fit makes sense for Notre Dame. He's a downhill kid. He's smart. He's instinctive. I do think he's a Will. Could he maybe grow into a Mike? Maybe. I mean, I think he's more of a Jaden Ausberry body type, 220, 225, than a Drake Bowen, Kingston 240 type of body. So I think that's kind of more where I see him, but he does have some of that versatility. He could play like if they want to go with like a 3-3 stack, he could be like a Sam linebacker that's got some range to play the hook curl zones. He can come off the edge a little bit. He's got some instincts as a pass rusher. I need to see him bend a little bit more, but he uses his hands really well, which you'll see on film. He has a feel for winning. So I like the fact that if you're only going to bring in 2 linebackers, Sean, you better make sure of 2 things. Number one, that they can play together. Like that's an important thing, and I certainly think Thomas Davis and Jakobe Clapper can do that. And ideally, you'd at least want one of those guys to have some versatility. And I think Jakobe brings a lot more versatility to the table than what does Thomas Davis. And I love Thomas Davis, but like he's a linebacker. He is a inside linebacker and a good one. Where Jakobe, I think, brings some nickel type of skill to the table. He brings some maybe in a 3-3 stack kind of blitzer type of skills to the table. Some, maybe play in space. Like if you wanted to go like to an old school rover, he's got a little bit of that in his game. Like I don't think he has like a nickel linebacker like Jaden Ausberry in his game, but if you wanted to go to like a Drew Tranquil type of rover and against certain teams, he can certainly do that. He's got enough range to do that. So I love the versatility that he brings to the table, and it's certainly something. If you are going to only end up with 2, and I want to be clear, they're going to still recruit some other linebackers, and we'll get to that. But what I'm saying is, if you miss, you don't have to keep expanding the board to get to a number. Now you're just recruiting guys that either have unique positional fits, maybe a raw kid that's got tons of upside, like a Jordan Davis, the kid from Texas, or a guy that you view as just a really good linebacker, like a Tank King. And so we'll touch on that a little bit at the end. But I think you're good. You're comfortable now, Sean, saying, hey, with how well we've done the last 3 years and numbers wise, and with the fact that we've had such great retention with these last 3 classes, we don't need to go for numbers. And I think it's good that they're there. And it's kind of worked out great for Notre Dame guys, because it's not a great linebacker class nationally, to where it's like, oh man, I'm glad we don't need to take like 4 guys in this class, because I don't know if they can put 4 together that's going to be like some of the last classes. You got 2 good football players. If you add a 3rd guy, he's either going to be super toolsy but raw, or a really good football player like a Tank King. And but if you miss, you're good. Use that spot somewhere else. And I think, talk about class impact, that's how it impacts the class more than anything.
Good deal. Well, let's get ready here to pull up some film on the newest commit, Jakobe Clapper.
I don't know, Trev. Sean, are you ready to watch some film? Come on now. Sean's always ready to watch some film. You guys are gonna like what you see from Jakobe. I love the fact that on his first play, though, he's actually he's playing offense. This is his junior film. So, but you're going to see Sean at 6'2", 200, 205, solid frame, not a great frame. Athletically, you guys tell me if you disagree. I think he's a good, solid athlete. I think he's smooth. Like, he's got really nice feet. I think he's a little tight-hipped, and he's not like an explosive guy, like from a range. I think he's got a really nice, like that short area quickness, Sean, like he's got that nice burst that when he comes downhill, but I don't know that he's a guy that is like, oh my gosh, this guy's going to chase you to the sideline. Like remember the play Jalen Sneed made against George early in the game? Like, I don't know that he's got that kind of long range speed, but I love his short area quickness. I think he's fluid. And I think that first step downhill is one that I really like. And that's the other thing for a 200-pound kid, fellas, he's a strong tackler. And you're going to see a lot of this in the film. When he arrives at the football, he arrives with force. He really does. I want to get your guys' thoughts on what I just said about the athleticism too. As we watch this, I wanted to get your thoughts. Like, am I underselling him a little bit? Do you agree where I'm at? What do you guys think about that? Go ahead, Trev.
No, Trev.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with where he is as an athlete. The second play on this film where he had to kind of turn and move laterally and run, little tight-hipped. I would say he's a little bit more quick than he is fast.
Yeah.
I love his ability to fight through blocks, and that's you see that translate to the linebacker level, but that's why I'm happy that they lined him up at edge, because he is very comfortable going up against offensive linemen who are a little bit bigger than him. It's another
look at
benefit.
His hands right there. Like, that's an example of what you're talking about, Trev. It's a big boy, but look at his hands. And you'll see several clips like this where he just really uses his hands well. Like you were saying, Trev, he knows how to win off the edge, and that's a great example of what Trev is talking about. And there's more that we'll show you.
And you've seen it in other clips too, where it's maybe a delayed screen or a middle tunnel screen. He's able to fight through blocks from offensive linemen. There's one thing about Ohio; they can also produce pretty big offensive linemen as well. Notre Dame's had a couple come through their program in the past too, and so I like the experience that he brings to the table. He's pretty instinctive.
Yes.
Too. I think he sees the field really well. And so that's probably an attribute of why he plays all over the field, because he understands the game so well. And so that's initially, those are some of the things that kind of jump off for me when I watch his film.
Sean, you see the pop here too. Like I said, I think he's got to get upper body stronger, like as far as just the actual ability to move guys, but when he gets downhill, he's got some explosiveness. So even though he's a little tight-hipped movement wise, he's got a lot of power in that core, and you see that when he arrives at the ball.
Yeah, when you play linebacker, you talk about being tight-hipped. I use the movie Hitch. And you remember when he was trying to teach my man how to dance, and he started doing all of those different type dances, and he's like, no, we're gonna keep it right
Get
here.
out.
Yeah, exactly. And so, he might be tight-hipped, but he's good enough. If he stays within who he is, the framework of who he is as a player is good enough. You talked about that short area quickness that Trevor talked about, and then you talk about his instincts. All of those things allow him to play something else we talked about last week or this Monday, Brian. If you have instincts, you play faster than the stopwatch.
This play right here is one of those examples. Right? Like, he doesn't need to be super, super fast. No. I think the angle could get a little bit better, but he knows where this ball's going.
Yeah. And so I love him because his versatility, and he plays within the confines of, he knows who he is as a player. Mm-hmm. He knows what he needs to get better at, but he knows what his bread and butter is going to be as a player. He knows he's going to be able to rush the passer and give you some value with that. He's going to be very good in space. And now you talk about him being tight-hipped, but he's comfortable in space.
Yes.
That doesn't always add up, but for him, it works. And who he is, it works. So that's what you're getting. You're getting a player that can do a lot of things. You can use him a lot of different ways.
I love this fit right here, Sean. This is an example of what you're talking about. Just look at the patience, read that. And as soon as you see that lineman take the outside, get the outside hat of your guy, you know where you're fitting. It's a really nice play. He could over pursue this. He could, and then he fills and he arrives with force. It's really strong tackler.
Yeah.
Sean, that's a good point. First of all, props on not breaking character. I tried to break you, and you just stayed on point. That's impressive, especially when I start doing dance moves. And you're like, really? Okay, we're just going to keep on. That was well played, my friend. But I think what you're seeing, though, is when you aren't the fastest guy, you can still thrive if you're also a guy that's very smart and you have a great motor. And he's both of those things. And I do think he's got some smoothness. I don't think he's like, when I say tight-hipped, it's more about the bend. It's like when I say it's more about, it's not so much that he's got good change of direction. It limits some of the plant and reroute left right, but it doesn't prevent him from planting and driving downhill really impressively. And it doesn't make him super tight when he's going, left to right either. But you see a little bit he plays high at times. I think that's partly due to some of that hip tightness. But like you said, Sean, you don't have to be a burner when you know where you're going. And when if I'm a 4.7 guy and I can make a decision a split second before the 4.5 guy, I'm either going to at worst arrive at the ball at the same time, if not arrive there faster. And that's what who was the Georgia had a middle linebacker a couple years ago that was a really good player. And everybody was like, why didn't this guy get drafted higher? And I'm like, because he's tight-hipped, he's not a real good athlete, and he's not real big.
You talking about Jakobe Dean?
Yes. And I'm like, he's not going to be a great draft pick. But Sean, he was a dude in college for Georgia. Like that's a good comp for Jakobe Clapper, although I think Jacoby's got more length than Jakobe Dean did. But you remember him, Sean? He was not a great athlete. He wasn't real. I think he was like 6 foot 225. Not a great athlete. I'm going to look up his combine numbers here real quick.
Yeah, combine numbers weren't good. He went to the Eagles and elevated himself to be the starting middle linebacker there. Yeah. And the leader on that defense, with a lot of good players. So
he measured in 5'11", 229 at the combine.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find what his testing numbers were. I think he might have been one of those guys that didn't test for a reason. You know what I'm saying? It says right here that he ran a 4.75 at the combine. At the pro day. So his shuttle was 4.32. But he had a 41-inch vertical. But, Sean, Jakobe was really smart. He was really instinctive. He was really, okay, you may be faster than me, but I promise you're not going to read this faster than I do. And I see some of that from Jakobe. That's one of his better pass rushes right there. But you can see even there, like there's that little bit. He just doesn't get down like Kingston does and like Madden does. You know what I mean? Or like Jalen Sneed does. Maybe you can work some of that out a little bit, but the feel for for winning at the point of attack is there.
Yeah, there's just no wasted movement with him. Mm-hmm. His feet are moving on every single play. When you're that active, it gives you that leg up when you might not be the 4.5 guy or the low 4.6 guy. And, you add that with the length that he does have at 6'1", 6'2".
He's definitely 6'2". Like I saw a picture of him next to Marcus Freeman. He was a good 2 inches above where Freeman was, but Freeman was kind of leaning into him a little bit, and Jakobe was standing straight up. But he's every bit of 6'2".
Good deal. Yeah, good deal. There's just no wasted movement with him. He's always moving his feet, gets off blocks well. I like the pickup, man.
He's patient too, Trev, to your point. Like he doesn't just go unless he knows I got to go. I mean, he'll read it, but even as he's reading, he's moving. He's keeping that inside-out angle until he's ready to commit. Like that play that I showed earlier. He didn't overcommit, undercommit. But he's moving the whole time. But it's like, let me keep working, stay within that proper inside-out angle, and then when I know where I'm going, I'm exploding downhill. And he certainly brings that to the table. Mm-hmm. And like I said, he comes from a great football program. And when you're in that league and you're guys as a junior, you're racking up 100 tackles. You see good block destruction there. This is an example too of where I want to see him. He's going to have to get physically stronger and fill out that upper body more. He's a thinner kid. As he gets stronger, blocks like this will be even easier for him. But he understands what he's doing. I I mean, that's sound football. And there's a lot to like. Somebody asked for what's a good comparison for a Notre Dame player. I think he's a taller, thicker Drew White. I mean, Drew was a good athlete, but he wasn't an elite athlete. Drew was smart, though. Remember that game against Bishop Gorman on national TV when Drew White had like 17 tackles against Bishop Gorman? There's these kids all over the field. He was never going to grade out as a top 100 prospect, but you're just like, this guy can play. And Drew White was a starter on a playoff team for Notre Dame. And I think that would be the best recent Notre Dame comparison because he's not an elite athlete. He's not huge, but he's really smart and he's a quality athlete. If you have a similar career to Drew White, you're a pretty good football player.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good spot to be.
What was Notre Dame's record his 2 years as a starter? 11-2 and 10-2 in the playoffs? That's pretty good. But you look at Drew, Sean, he doesn't match up physically to the Drake Bowens and the Kingstons and the Madden Faramos size-wise, or he doesn't have the elite explosiveness of the Drake Bowen in the box or the range of a Kingston or the, guy just knew how to play football. He's a quality athlete. Drew was a good athlete, no doubt, but he was undersized, and Jakobe's not nearly as undersized. He's longer than what Drew was. He's taller and longer than what Drew was. But he's going to win because he's smart, physical, and a quality athlete and really instinctive. And your instincts have to do as much with your feel as they do with your study. You have to be prepared. Instinctive guys don't look instinctive if they're not smart. Like, it's also a buzzword for football intelligence. It's not like I'm a big dummy, can't read defenses, but I just have this natural gift that I can just it comes down to I have a natural feel for it, but I work at it. I'm smart, I'm prepared, I know where I'm going, and that allows me to maximize the tools that I have. Watch this closing the ball. This is what I'm talking about. Like, when he turns it on, Watch how he just drives his hips. You guys see that? See that explosiveness, and just the running back goes back. It's an impressive play. This is a field we should all recognize. This is where Minnick and Tabor Benny Powell played.
Yeah.
It's a good change of direction. This is what you're talking about, Trev. Like, is it super, super twitchy? No. Is it good? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Watch him. He's pedal, plant, and then get right downhill in a hurry. I like that. Watch it. Boom.
Yeah, when he makes the decision to go, he moves.
But look what he does when he arrives at the ball. That's why I say you don't see him tackle and the running back go forward very often.
No, drives through the ball.
Yes. Yeah. And look at him. He's the deepest guy on the field now, guys. That's what we talk about. They play him all over. Look at that patience.
That plays into his instincts as well, right?
Yep. Smart kid, good football player. It's a quality. Like, is this that pickup? There's like, oh my gosh, this is the next, Jalen Smith. No, it's not. But this is a good football player.
Well,
it's a very good football player. Trev, to me, he's worst case scenario. He's a 3-year starter on special teams. Worst case scenario. When you get a kid like this, worst case.
Oh,
best
yeah.
case is he's in the 2 deep at linebacker and eventually, maybe a starter or at least a really important rotation guy. I mean, that's the best case scenario for him. And that's good.
Oh yeah,
on this
absolutely.
team, you better be pretty good if you're going to crack the 2 deep ever at linebacker with Marcus Freeman as the head football coach.
Yeah, 100%. Look, at the end of the day, there's a reason why programs don't bring in, as much as fans would love them to, 3 Jalen Smiths and 3 Kingston Viliamasas in a class, because odds are you're going to have 2 of them not a part of your roster in the next 2 seasons.
And also there aren't 3 of those type of guys.
Sure. But I'm talking top level recruits.
I get you.
It's about building a complete program. You need players at every different tier. And I love where Jakobe Clapper's at. Yeah. Man. I love it.
Sean, any final thoughts on him as a player? Because he was a starter for St. X as a sophomore as well. And that's not a program where a lot of sophomores are standouts.
We said this about, a couple of guys talked about these. You look at the program, I think we were talking about some 27 kids. And we were saying, when you're at a program like this, that's a nationally recognized program, and you come in and make an impact as a sophomore or as a true freshman, that says a lot. because they don't just give out those spots. Or when you just start, as a recruit, your first time playing football, high-level football, as a sophomore, and all of a sudden you're the starting right tackle at a nationally recognized program. It's letting you know that there's something there. And so for you to speak about that, it speaks to everything we talked about and what the film bears out. Instincts, short area quickness, great hands. You see that coming off the edge. And so now what you're talking about, I'm sure they had a conversation with the strength and the conditioning squad to say, project him moving forward.
Yeah.
If we add 15 to 20 to him, is he going to be able to keep that locked in? Max Bullock probably liked what he heard. And Max Bullock is like, hey, he's exactly what we need to complement what we already have in Thomas Davis Jr. And now you're at ease now in the linebacker room. Now you can really go hit these official visits and really kind of streamline who you want to go after when it comes to these elite guys that we're about to talk about next that are left on the board. So
and it's also, you can narrow your board if you want.
Absolutely.
As well. And I want to point out this too, Sean, is you and I have discussed this a lot. I like guys that come from good programs. If all things are equal, I want the guy from the better program. But I also like the guys that play well in big games. And that's something, if you actually study Jakobe Clapper's success over the last, especially this past season, like some of his best moments were against their better opponents. And, like that matters to me. So they lost to Lakota West to open the season this past year. Lakota West is a big time program in the state of Ohio. I mean, a team that's just consistently winning for championships. And he had 10 tackles in that first game loss. Well, they played Lakota West again in the state semifinals, and they beat Lakota West this time, and he had 10 tackles in that game. So, like, this is a kid that is not – and then he had 10 tackles in the quarterfinals as well against Winton Woods, who always has loaded with athletes. But in the first game, I mean, he had two and a half tackles for loss, I believe, in that game as well. So you're talking about a young man that also tends to have his biggest moments against some of the better teams. He had 7 tackles and a tackle for loss and a forced fumble against St. Ignatius this past season. So that's something that I noticed too, Sean, is when you look at his success this past season, he also had a lot of success against some of the better teams in the schedule. And that matters to me. We talked about that with Jeremiah Love. And one of the things that really impressed me with Jeremiah Love is Jeremiah Love's best stretch of football of his entire high school career, his best stretch of football was his senior year in the state playoffs. Like if I remember, he rushed for almost 1,000 yards in the playoffs. It was unreal. Yeah, went for, I think, his career best game, most yards he ever rushed for in his entire career was as a senior in the state title game. He went for over 3 bills. We talked about that's with Dallas Gold, and we were breaking down, Sean, yesterday. We were watching some film of the incoming freshman class, and we got Dallas Gold's film on. I'm like, the kid went for like $185 in the state title game as a junior. Also, I think caught a touchdown pass in that game. Like that's when you say what's a winner. That's what I'm talking about. That guy is at his best when the lights are brightest, and you see that in Jakobe Clapper when you break down his film. I mean, another game they played Elder, Sean, as you know, is a big-time program, 8 tackles and a tackle for loss. I mean, that's the kind of player he is, and this is his junior season. So, these are some of these big-time moments, and you look at that St. X defense last year. There was a couple games they had some rough moments, but overall they were a very, very dominant team last season. And another game that he played very well in, Cincinnati LaSalle, who's a big-time team. He had 14 tackles for loss, 14 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, and 2 sacks for them this past season in that game. They played Trinity. It's a big-time high school down in Kentucky. Did they lose 7? They lost 7-3. He had 10 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and a half a sack. Again, I could do this all day. And he's not the only Division I football player on his team. And like I said, that's something that shows me something. I like kids that play at their best in the biggest moments. And Jakobe Clapper has an entire junior season of that being true. And that's a big reason why they made it to the state championship game, despite not having Gordy Solstead, who was going to have a monster senior year for St. X at D tackle. So, yeah, it's a good pickup. You're getting Sean, we talked about yesterday. Notre Dame Marcus Freeman likes tools and intangibles and all these. But at the end of the day, there's something that Marcus Freeman and his staff also like, especially on defense. They like football players. It's not just that this guy checks off all these boxes, combine traits, length check, shuttle time check, 40 time check. But it's also like, okay, can this guy play football? And Jakobe Clapper gets like a big star on that part of it. And I think that's where Sean and Trev were kind of getting to that's where they were getting to. I'm agreeing with you guys on the film. Is like, yeah, maybe he's not the biggest linebacker on the board. Maybe he's not the best athlete on the board, but this kid plays football at a very high level. And you don't do that if you're slow and small and not instinctive and those type of things. Not in this league. This is kind of one of those leagues that will expose you quick if you are not that guy. So it's a really good football player.
It's funny you say that because I think the deeper we get into the Freeman era, we start to see, I think from the quarterback situation, we're starting to look at the 27 class and we're starting to get feedback for some of these throwing sessions. And it's like, okay, Marcus Freeman and his staff are starting to show that they have a type for the quarterbacks they want moving forward. Right. Max Bullock, if you really start to look at his class, it's like, okay, maybe we're starting to see the types of linebackers that he wants to complement each other. We're waiting to see it from Mike Brown. We'll give him a class or two to start seeing his types.
I think his type is he likes quick, shifty guys. What I mean? What's the complimentary piece he likes? That's what I think we're still waiting to find out.
Absolutely, right? And I think we know Joe Rudolph kind of was a shift away from what Harry Heastan was. And you saw that immediately when he came in and changed the board. And you're starting to see he likes bigger guys, longer arms, flexibility, some guys that play tackle, but maybe he sees them at the guard. And then you just start to see how things are moving forward. So for me, that's what's coming to fruition as this 26 class takes, center stage, and then the 27 class begins to come in for camp and then game day visits in the fall. I think we're starting to really see the types that Notre Dame. We knew immediately what Marcus Freeman as a defensive coordinator, linebacker coach and defensive coordinator, you knew what he wanted at the linebacker position. He made it very clear. We're getting longer and more athletic, right? Jakobe Clapper fits that. That just goes back to when he first arrived. Jakobe Clapper would have fit that very first class of linebackers just from length and size. And then you add Max Bullock, a very instinctual linebacker when he played. Didn't play the fastest when it comes to time.
Why did he go undrafted, Sean? I mean, look, he was an All-American, all-time Big Ten player.
Yeah.
Super productive on some really good Michigan State.
And I think that's what he values at the linebacker.
He went undrafted. Why? Yeah. It wasn't character. Why did he go undrafted? He's not an elite athlete. But here in the toughness aspect is what made him and all of his siblings, because they were all the same exact way.
Yeah.
And he values that. But what I like about Max Bullock, Sean, it's a great observation, but he doesn't sacrifice the other tools for that. Meaning he will not take you if you're an elite linebacker that doesn't have those traits, but he also won't take you if you're that player, but you lack the athletic ability to play at Notre Dame. So it's like finding that sweet spot is key, because I think we've seen past Notre Dame defensive coaches that overvalued that with certain guys, because you're like, yeah, I get that, but he can't. He's small and he can't run and he can't play at this level at an elite level, where they'd value that. But then they would make the mistake of they would value the athletic traits and maybe miss guys that didn't have some of those other intangibles and those other tools. So finding that balance, and I think so far with Max Bullock and then obviously Marcus Freeman, I think trying to find that sweet spot is important. I mean, Anthony Sack is a pretty smart football player, but he's also a pretty good athlete. You know, Matt Framo is a really good athlete, but he's also a really smart, instinctive football player. Kingston Villamasa is a physically gifted player, very physically gifted player. But he also is incredibly smart, has toughness, and has all. I mean, that's something that they're looking for. No question about that.
I think that Anthony Saka is very similar. Yep. We watched his film. We saw him play all over. We saw him play a little bit of safety. I want to say he started out as safety, moved to linebacker, very comfortable in space. Jakobe Clapper is kind of the same way. Like, you see them playing him as safety a little bit in the formation, 3-3-5 stack. Then you see him coming off the edge. You see him playing out over the wide receiver, over the slot. You're starting to see that that's a type. Every class, it seems like Max Bullock wants to get one of those type of guys. And he loves production.
Yeah.
Bodie Cahoon, the numbers he was putting up was just like, this has to be, that's video game type stuff at linebacker.
Ridiculous numbers. Yeah. Well, as we wrap this up, guys, we'll just kind of discuss a little bit about the what's next. Obviously, Notre Dame is not, my understanding, they're not shutting down linebacker recruiting. I think they're going to, if they're going to take a third guy, it's going to have to be the right guy. Some guys on the board. Obviously, Tank King's one on the board, and Tank King is a guy that the staff likes a lot. They're in his top group. You know, he's got an official visit scheduled already. He is the type of player that I'm quite confident Notre Dame would still take, barring something changing that I'm unaware of or don't know or can't foresee. He's a guy that I think they would take. He's the kind of player you go to 3 in a class for. The another player that's on the board that I'm very curious what Notre Dame does with is, what do they do with Jordan Davis, who's the kid at the homeschool, plays for the homeschool team, incredibly raw, but very athletic. I'm curious to see if, like, he's a guy, do they stay on him? Do they still kind of recruit him? There's going to be other guys on the board. I mean, Talanoa Illy is a guy that they're still going to stay on, but they know that they're probably not going to get him. But now you can shorten the board, and now you can maybe ramp it up a little bit with him, you know, and Tank King. You can kind of put more of your eggs in their basket because you're kind of good. Obviously, you've got, Bo Jandro on there as well, although I don't know where things stand there, but since they didn't offer his twin brother, where other schools have offered his twin brother. So it's a smaller board, and now you kind of get a focus on that board. There's certainly some guys that could maybe get added down the road if somebody pops up and there's an evaluation, but I don't know that they're going to focus too much on evaluating. I think it's more so on about, okay, now let's really focus on closing on the guys on our board that we really like, and we need to get one of these type of guys. And if we don't, barring somebody kind of popping up down the road, we're good. We're kind of good with where we are. I think that's the current situation that Notre Dame is in right now with the what's next. So you met your need. You got good football players. You got 2 guys who can play together. Strong start. Now it's going to be about, what do you do to finish? I think that's the final piece to this for Max Bulla. So there we are. So Trev, why don't you kind of close this part out, and then we'll jump on. We'll get into the mailbag.
You got it. Well, that's going to do it for our recap of Jakobe Clapper's commitment to Notre Dame. News broke this morning. Notre Dame's getting a really, really good football player and somebody that can have an impact on this team in multiple different ways for years to come. But don't go anywhere, folks. We do have the Friday free-for-all mailbag. But before we get there, folks, please be sure to hit that like button, that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family. But as always, the best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All right, fellas, it's mailbag time. And it's Friday free-for-all mailbag. So if this happens to be your first, go ahead, and if you want to submit a question or a comment that you want us to discuss, go ahead and put a little MB for mailbag so we know to set that question or comment off to the side. Or you can use the mailbox emoji, whichever one's easiest for you. And if you want your question bumped up to the top, because we're going to do our best to try to get to all of them, but we already have 61 questions starred for today. So we're going to do our best to get to all of them. But if you want to make sure that your question gets answered, you can always throw in a super chat. That's always greatly appreciated. That gets bumped to the top. Gentlemen, I'm ready to dive in because we got a lot of good questions today.
We do have some super chats to start off with as well. So, guys, I'm going to go with this as long as everybody's cool with it, because when we are doing the 3-man mailbag, the bottom person's face just gets completely covered. So unless one of you want to be incognito today, then we'll get rolling. So here we go.
Super chat from AST12321. Buy, sell, hold. All right, we're knocking out 2 different things in the same day. So buy, sell, hold. CJ Carr in 2025, and I clarified this to make sure, or Tom Brady, or is greater than Tom Brady in 2007 when adjusted for college season being shorter.
I mean, I've never sold anything with more vigor than I can sell that. I mean, like that was one of the greatest offenses of all time in college football. I think he threw like 50 touchdown passes that year, something like that. So sell, but I think CJ Carr certainly has an opportunity to be better than what Tom Brady was in college. Certainly, Tom Brady was a very underrated college quarterback. I still say he had one of my – they were obsessed with trying to get Drew Henson going. And Drew Henson was the super toolsy guy. But they always played better when Tom Brady was on the field. And I still – one of the most entertaining bowl games I ever watched. Do you remember that Orange Bowl between Michigan and Bama when Bama had Sean Alexander?
Ooh,
and Michigan
Michigan
won, I think, in overtime because Bama missed an extra point.
Yep.
That's a great game. Tom Brady was a dude in that game. But, yeah, Tom Brady in 2007, I mean – He passed for 50 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. He passed for 300.4 yards per game. So you want to kind of take the raw numbers out. It's still 300 yards a game, 68.9% completion. I could see CJ around there. 8.7 yards. Actually, what was his yards per attempt? 8.3 yards per attempt. I think Notre Dame will be higher, but that's NFL and college are 2 completely different games when it comes to yards per attempt. But yeah, I mean, I'm selling that.
Yeah, Tom Brady was also throwing to Randy Moss and Wes Welker and Dante Stallworth. And I am just as high on CJ Carr as the next guy, but I'm selling this because Tom Brady's 2007 season was one of the best single seasons in the NFL the last couple decades.
Yeah.
So, sell.
They had a couple decent receivers on the team. Ben Watson was a tight end. They had one of my favorite college receivers on this team. He wasn't a great NFL player, but you guys remember how good Jabbar Gaffney was in college at Florida?
Yeah.
Loved Jabbar Gaffney in college. He was on that team too. But,
Yeah. Super chat from Rabid Wombats. Thank you for the super chat. Been listening for a year and heard Tyler grow in confidence and love his perspective. Thank you, Brian, for shepherding well this flock that God gave you. His wisdom I hear in your voice.
I appreciate that very much.
Okay, Bishop B.
I don't know that I could get a more something I'm more grateful to receive. So I appreciate you very, very much. Yeah.
Super chat or super sticker from Guy Allegretto.
So Guy, that's my dude. Guy is a former Marine. He also followed up with this as point blank. These podcasts always make my day. What a great team Coach D has assembled. Met Guy at a game. It's over there. I can't reach it for now, but Guy actually sent me a statue of the soldiers from Iwo Jima, the Marines that fought in Iwo Jima. They raised the flag. Yeah, sent me that. Sent me I got his Marine hat over there too. Guy sent me that. So Semper Fi, my man, and we appreciate your service. We also appreciate that you have been. Guy's been posting at IB. Haven't seen you in a while, Guy. So I'm glad you're still around watching us. But Guy's been posting in our chat for years. So I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. And I, as you know, I love and respect those that serve our country because they had the courage to do what I did not have the courage to do. So I certainly greatly appreciate you, and I appreciate the sticker as well, my man. But I believe that is all the super chats for now, so we can go up to the top. And Coach Bent
getting us started. Which in-game injury was most impactful in terms of what could have been from the last 5-ish years? You can base on positional value or depth, play of replacement, or change of style of play.
I have 2. And I want to hear what you guys think about mine before you say yours, because this is I think one of them's going to be interesting. I think the biggest injury for the team this year is Riley Mills going down against Indiana. I don't know that the Ohio State game would have been any different, but I'd have liked to seen what Riley Mills. Could he have maybe provided enough pressure to get to the quarterback a little bit to throw Will Howard off? I think if I had to pick one this year, because, I mean, they got Jagasol back for the title game. He played well. So, I mean, you can't look at that one. And you know, somebody said Benjamin Morrison, but I still say I don't care who you had out there. They were gonna find a way. Ohio State did a really nice job last year getting Christian or Jeremiah Smith in matchups that worked for them. But I mean, he was going to beat you. I mean, he's a different type of cat. So I think that's the biggest one for this year as far as impact of the season. The one that I'm going to look back and the other what could have been is actually a career. What could have been had Tyler Buckner not got hurt against Marshall. So I know he struggled those 2 games, but I really would have liked to have seen Tyler bounce back from that. Because remember what he did at his next start? He threw 3 picks. Everybody likes to talk about the 3 picks, and they would ignore the fact he racked up like 350 yards of offense and 5 touchdowns and outdueled Spencer Rattler in that game, you know, who I think has started games in the NFL. I mean, the post route he threw for a touchdown to Braden Lindsey was a phenomenal pass. I mean, he had to limit it, but what could he have been had he not gotten injured? And you could even maybe point back to what would he have been if he didn't get injured in high school. But I still say, even with the way the 2 games started, if he doesn't get hurt, I think that season looks very different. For example, if he doesn't get hurt that year, I don't think there's any way in heck they lose to Stanford. No way in heck they lose to Stanford.
No.
But he's the one player that has more of a what could have been for me if it wasn't for the injury. And we'll never know. But he's mine in that regard for what could have been. So that's my one for a season. And what do you guys think about that? And then what's your guys' answer to that one?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with Riley Mills. And Tyler Buckner is definitely an interesting one, too. I like those. Definitely good what could have been moments. In the spirit of choosing 2 different ones, because Riley Mills was definitely going to be on my list as well. My first one, it's a little bit past 5 years, but he said 5-ish. I'm going to say what happens if Julian Love doesn't get hurt in 2018 in their playoff game against Clemson. Because it was a 3-3 ball game, if I remember correctly, before he got injured. And then Dante Vaughn came in, who was also banged up over the course of the season, and then immediately allowed 3 touchdowns, unfortunately. And so that one would be
one of which he tipped and then fell into the hands of the receiver. Yeah.
Yep. So that one would be up there. But it is a little bit past 5-ish years. And then I'd actually say, I know we got to see Charles Jagasol play in the national championship game, but I'm thinking of repercussions over the course of the entire season. What would Riley Leonard have looked like as a passer if Charles Jagasol was his left tackle for the entire season? Would he have been more comfortable to take some more of those shots? Because he was clearly uncomfortable at times over the course of the season. Rightfully so, because there'd be people in his lap at time to time in quick game, like we've addressed before. And so it's not as major as the Riley Mills one, obviously, but what would that have looked like if Charles Jagasol started 16 games at left tackle? Would Riley have elevated as a passer sooner than what he would have? Maybe. You know, would he have performed better against Ohio State than what he did? Because he played really well, but it was his first time taking snaps at left tackle since, there was that week of practice and then week 1 of fall camp.
Because they had him playing right guard the entire time he came back.
Mm-hmm. So that would be one for me.
The O-line as a whole, like what would a game 16 O-line that had, and let's just assume that Joe Rudolph eventually makes the right decision and puts Rocco Spindler back in the starting lineup like he should have from game 1. What is an offensive line of Jagasol, Schrouth, Craig, Spindler, and Emil Wagner that had 16 games together look like? Healthy.
Yeah. Yep.
I also would say this too, Trev, to your point. There's no guarantee that when Craig got hurt, if Jagasol never got hurt, there's no guarantee that they wouldn't have kicked Anthony Knapp inside and maybe he's at center, which is where I think his best position is. That'd have been interesting too, because I still say you can make a case that their best, like the guy that I can say right now, the two best run blockers that Notre Dame is going to have next year, and I think there's a drop off between them two and the next, is Jagasaw and Anthony Knapp.
Yeah.
Could you imagine them playing like imagine if Gerby Lambert was healthy and had a great spring, and all of a sudden they kick him inside the center, and it's Jagasaw and Anthony Knapp playing side by side and double teaming on duo. Oh my goodness, that'd be fun to watch.
Yep, sure would. Sean, what about you, man?
So I'm right there. The guys that you mentioned, I want to dig a little bit deeper on Tyler Buckner, because I'm going to go back before the first two games, and he gets injured in the third game, or gets injured. If he doesn't get injured against Virginia Tech, we've talked about this. If he doesn't twist his ankle against Virginia Tech, and Jack Cohn eventually comes in and wins the game, but they were getting ready to like turn the team over to Tyler.
They were, Tony.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I talked to Sean. I talked to a coach on that staff, and he told me, like, we put Trevor in that game because it was time. We were ready to turn the keys over to him in 2021. But once Jack came back and did what he did, it was like, how do you not keep rolling with Jack? And then Jack played really well after that.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. So I had
Julian. They were ready to, Sean, that's a good one. They were ready to turn the keys over to Tyler in that game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you talk about his development, being able to go through that season to develop, and probably season, he might have been the quarterback they needed going into that next season had he had been given the keys, in the middle of the prior season. And he played well up until right before then. It started to turn on him with the pick six a little bit, and then he gets injured. But that would have been a great learning experience.
Well, I thought they were putting a little bit too much on him, because remember, they were down 10-0 when they put him in.
And then he changed the tide of that game.
And then they're like, okay, let's have him throw all the time now. It's like, and then he threw the pick six, which was just, I thought, a bad call and a bad read.
Especially in that area of the field.
Yeah. And then Jack came in and led him on that touchdown drive. But remember, they needed a 2-point conversion too, and he had that great throw to Kevin Austin on the 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Sean. I didn't think about that. Like, what happens if he doesn't? But that's Tyler Buckner's career in a nutshell. What if he doesn't get hurt in this season, in that season, or that season? What would his career look like?
Yeah.
Because I'll say this: if he doesn't get hurt in 2022. We don't know. We don't have a Sam Hartman and Riley Leonard.
Yeah.
I don't think. We definitely don't have Sam Hartman. They still might have gone to Riley Leonard because the offense would have already been geared towards that. And if Tyler wasn't the player they thought he would, they might have still gone and got Riley, but they may not have needed Riley.
Yeah. Or even and to take the what ifs a step further, it's not an injury, but just what if he didn't transfer to Alabama?
Yeah.
And just stayed and sat for a year and learned behind Sam Hartman.
I think they would have turned the keys over to him at some point in time in 2023. Like once they, especially after like maybe
after
the Louisville game, or maybe it's definitely after Clemson. Like I think second half of that game, they'd have put Tyler Buckner in the game if he was still there.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the frustrating thing about that decision was like, I mean, I get it, but anyway, I don't want to spend any more time on that one. But that's a good observation, Sean, is the 20. I forgot about that 2021 game.
I remember that game because we had that conversation after that game. I was like, yo, they were ready to give him the keys to the car. I'm like, wow, it's tough luck. Of course, last year, Boubacar and Jordan Botelho. Like, if you have both of those bookends for the rest of the season, especially in a matchup against Ohio State, similar to Riley, you would have loved to see it. So those injuries, you mentioned, I think Trevor mentioned Jagasaw and Julian Love. I had both of those written down. I'll give you one that might be right outside the realm. And I don't know if people really remember. Let me tell you something. And B, you would laugh because I know you're going to laugh at this name when I drop it. I know why. But people forget how good Sean Crawford was as a true freshman.
Oh, gosh. He was going to start as their nickel.
Oh, absolutely. If he doesn't have his knee injuries, Sean Crawford is a dude.
Sean, he was a 3-year starter at Notre Dame with 2 torn ACLs and a torn Achilles.
Yes.
And he still was a 3-year starter at Notre Dame.
Intercepting the ball, which is an incredible interception. It's like he was going to be a dude.
Yeah.
He
was still a good player for Notre Dame.
He was.
How are you 5'8" and have 2 devastating knee injuries and a torn Achilles, and you can still play defensive back at Notre Dame on a playoff team. Like, what kind of athlete do you have to be? To, and Sean, he absolutely, and yes, like, we don't see eye to eye on things today.
Yeah.
But I have a ton of respect for Sean Crawford.
Absolutely.
As a person and what he's doing now, we don't agree on. I don't have to agree with you on football takes to respect you as a person.
Yeah.
But I have a ton of respect because, Sean, most people would have quit by then. Forget even physically being able to do it. For most, like, okay, 2 torn ACLs and a torn Achilles. This just isn't in the cards for me. Like, I'm gonna go do something else with my life.
Yeah.
But could you imagine what he would have done if he only has just one of those injuries, just the 15 ACL, and he comes back and he's fine after that? Like, he'd have been I don't think people realize how good he was before those injuries.
Yeah.
Like, and if I could go back a long way, this is a big one too. What if Armando Allen doesn't break his leg in high school? And
that's a good call.
Here's another one. What if James Aldridge doesn't tear his knee up as a senior in high school? James Aldridge was a dude in high school, Sean, before that knee injury. There's been so many stories like that at Notre Dame. You're just like, gosh, dog, man. They haven't been able to catch some breaks. Yeah. Like, so many of those, like, man, if this guy doesn't get hurt, what if that guy doesn't get hurt? What if this guy, just so many.
I got one for you along similar lines. If Drew doesn't tear his ACL in the end zone, is he an All-American safety, or does he still move to linebacker?
I think he would have moved to – I don't know that he ever moves inside, but I still think he would have moved to Rover.
Okay.
When Mike Elko came, I still think that Rover move, because he was a dog at Rover that year. I mean, he had 10.5 tackles for loss as a Rover in 2017.
Yeah.
I still think that would have been the ultimate move, because remember, he started at safety for them in 2016.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then obviously when Mike Elko came, that Rover was a very important piece of Mike Elko's offense back then. You guys remember Thomas Brown playing that position the year before. And everybody talked about Markel Lee, and I'm like, dude, Thomas Brown's the dude that makes that defense go. It's that 6'4" Rover. I think he would have been really good in that. I think he still would have moved into linebacker, because I think his game was suited for that. But I'll tell you what, he might have been even drafted even higher, Sean, if he didn't have those medical checks, because he's another freak of nature. Because Drew Tranquil's a kid that tore both of his ACLs and still went to the combine and ran a 4.58 at 230 plus pounds. And it wasn't just that the 4.58. Like, let me pull up his other numbers, because he had some other numbers that were just like, that's ridiculous. So he had a 4.58 in the 40, 4.57, excuse me. He had a 37.5-inch vertical. He had a 10.2 broad, a 6.94 3-cone, and a 4.14 shuttle as a 234-pound linebacker. And, oh, by the way, he had 31 reps on the bench. Like, he doesn't get enough credit for being a stud at linebacker, because the problem for Drew is he was being compared to Manti and Jalen Smith. And there's no way you're going to live up to that. But he was an absolute monster at linebacker for Notre Dame, and he's got, 2 Super Bowl rings, I think. He's been a pretty dark, and he's made a lot of money. And he's married now and kids and all that. But, like, he was a dog at Notre Dame, fellas. He was very good.
And heck, we can just throw the entire 2015 season there. Like, quarterback, running back.
I mean, Sean, and I know you got to be careful with this one. Actually, I don't know you have to be careful with this one. I know sometimes you like to, like, I don't know. I still say this. I don't know if anybody beats Notre Dame in 2015 if Malik doesn't get hurt. I have no bias towards that. He doesn't work for me, and I don't go on y'all's show that often, and I have no reason to say this other than I believe it. I still wonder, because I think they'd beat Clemson in the rain. Like, having that type of athlete at quarterback in those conditions would have been huge. And I don't think you lose to Stanford. And I think that team runs the table and then plays Bama for the title in 2012 or 2015 if he doesn't get hurt. Just that one injury. If I could only say one guy doesn't get hurt. But you talk about he got hurt, Torian Folsom got hurt. Sean, was it you and I were talking about this earlier? I don't know. As my buddy Jeff was telling me this. Like, people don't realize the season that he was about to have behind that offensive line before that injury. And then Durham Smythe missed almost the entire. He got hurt against Virginia, didn't come back till the bowl game. Jerron Jones got hurt in fall camp. That's why you had to have Jerry Tillery and Daniel Cage as your starting line and nose guards because Jerron got hurt. Sean Crawford was going to start at nickel for you that year. He got hurt in fall camp. That team had just crushing injuries that season.
The whole season, yeah.
Yeah.
Now I have one because it actually helped facilitate something we thought should have happened earlier. But Joe Smith, before his injury,
was a good football player.
Was a good football player. He really was. Now
Trev brought one up yesterday, and I'll give you a better one because this is why Joe Schmidt played because Jarrett Grace got hurt.
Exactly.
If Jarrett Grace doesn't get hurt the year before, there is no Joe Schmidt as a starter. And Jalen Smith and Jarrett Grace playing side by side would have been a lot of fun to watch at Notre Dame. A lot of fun to watch. Jarrett Grace was on the verge of really breaking out. Was it it was 2013, right? Is when he was playing.
The practice stories. Malik has some practice stories about Jarrett Grace. They're like, yo, you think Jalen Smith was doing things? It was the players knew that Jarrett Grace was going to be one of those guys.
Yeah. He had 41 tackles in 7 games in 2013 before he got hurt. Yeah. And it was a bad knee injury. And you know what he's doing now? He's a doctor. He's a doctor. I love that. I love Jarrett Grace. But he that would have been, in my opinion, the best linebacker tandem in Notre Dame's recent history if he does. And that's saying something when you consider they had Tavon and Drew. But Jarrett Grace and Jalen Smith side by side would have been unbelievably good. And Sean, Malik's not the only person I've heard that from about what he looked like in practice that year. Like he was about to do something special in that 2013 season. Was it 2013? Yeah, it was 2013. Yeah, because you never would have had because remember in 2013, Jalen was playing Rover that year. He was playing outside. Jarrett was being tasked with replacing Manti. And people were like, this guy's going to be good. It wasn't like, man, they missed Manti, but Jarrett was on the verge of becoming a star at Notre Dame. And I've heard that from a lot of people and then had that just devastating knee injury. So, yeah. Anyway, that's been fun discussion, guys. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. We had a couple super chats pop up. I wanted to get to this one from Patrick Jasueli. I hope I'm saying your name right, especially with that big super chat. It says, it's been a while since I've been able to catch a live show live. Glad to be back. We're glad to have you back. And we love how you announced yourself with authority when you came back. I want to thank you all and show you my appreciation for all your hard work and content. Second to none. If Minchie wins the quarterback battle in camp, what did he show the staff that Carr did not? I really appreciate your super chat. Really do. But Sean, you and I were just talking about this morning. So I called Sean when I was on my way. My wife's going out of town this morning, and like a good husband, I said, "Hey, babe, you want me to go get you coffee and breakfast? And what do I do when I get on? Hey, Sean, let's talk ball for a couple minutes while I'm driving in the car." I think you were driving too. But like I said this in the show yesterday, if I expect CJ Carr to be the starter, I just do. Based on what we've seen, I expect CJ Carr to be the starter. If as long as he doesn't get hurt. The only way Kenny Minchie can beat out CJ Carr is if Kenny Minchie just balls out in fall camp. So either way, I'm excited about quarterback this year. So what does he have to show? He has to continue to do the things we know he can do, throw the ball down the field, be a dynamic athlete. But there's 2 things that Kenny's going to have to do if he really wants to win this job. He has to be more consistent. And Kenny's consistency issues go from series to series, but also day to day. He'll have days where you're just like, dude, that guy, I don't know that he had a pass that hit the ground all day other than when he dropped the ball and was like dribbling it. Like that's the only time he ever threw a ball that hit the ground. I mean, he'll have days where you're just like, this kid is unbelievable. He's making good reads. He's throwing the ball where it needs to go with good timing. He's got tons of velocity. He's tacking the ball down the field. He's making plays. I mean, that consistency aspect of it is going to have to be a key. And then the other part is he has to do a better job of handling pressure. And when I say pressure, I'm not talking about the moment. It's more so Kenny still has a tendency to kind of get out of his comfort zone and force plays when he's getting pressured. And that's something he's going to have to eliminate. Some of the bigger mistakes he's made at Notre Dame when we've seen him have been because that pressure comes right in his face. It's really the up the middle pressure. I think Kenny does a pretty good job handling the wide pressure. He'll climb and do those things, but he's going to have to, because those tend to be moments where he makes really big mistakes. So consistency and be at your best on a more consistent basis, and then just eliminate some of those big mistakes, those bad turnovers, especially the ones that come from pressure. Because once teams realize you're that way, they're going to start doing that more and more and more and make you beat them. And you may beat them at times, but they're going to force you to then make some of the mistakes on your own. So I think those are the big things that he showed is just because he's the better physical playmaker than CJ, meaning like you can use his legs, you can, incorporate him into the run game to a certain degree. There's, it shows you like more arm power and more athleticism. Those two things start to carry the day because he's done a better job with the consistency and the protecting the football aspects of his game.
Totally fair. Yeah, I'm with you.
I just think that he's going to show the ability that he's raised his level of game. For me, Kenny's the one that has to raise his level in certain areas, right? I think he's going to have to step outside of his natural demeanor, right? That's number one. Not to say that he's less of a leader, but just the natural inclination. And you watch CJ, and certain things are just natural. Kenny is a more introverted kid, but yet still he's a jovial guys. But he's a jovial kid as well.
He wants to be one of the guys, as opposed to the leader of the guys.
Leader of the guys.
Yeah.
And so that's something that's going to have to be elevated as well. So
that's why he's so well liked by his teammates, though, Sean, and that's why he fits in that room, because he doesn't have that threatening presence. Meaning, and what I mean by threatening presence, I mean like he's not walking in there and he's got that edge to him, and you're like, dude, he makes this room uncomfortable. Like Kenny's like, I love you guys. I want to beat you out. I want to start over you, but you're my boys. I mean, and I think that's why he's so well liked in the locker room. Not that CJ or Steve aren't. I'm just saying that's why he is respected. Yeah. It's because he's like one of the guys. He's just, he's going to compete, he's going to battle and do all that, but he wants to be one of the guys. Whereas they need him. I think it's a great point, Sean. They need him to be the guy. Yeah. Riley was that. Yeah. CJ just kind of naturally has that presence to him. Yeah. I don't know that I think it's a great I don't know that Kenny naturally does that, Sean. It's a great observation. Great observation.
And if it clicks, which he has another level. They both have levels they can go to. So
I look at it like this. If they both keep raising their game, it stays how I see it now. It's CJ's just the better overall player than Kenny. He just is. The upside, the floor's high, the ceiling's higher. I think that he is. If it's going to be like CJ continues to progress, but then Kenny just takes that big jump. And I think I said it to you on the phone, Sean. He taps into his full potential now. That's how he beats out CJ. And if he does that, it's going to be a really fun year, fellas. Really fun year. I think it's going to be a fun year anyway. But I love the fact that Kenny's staying and CJ's staying, because I think those two have a good relationship. But now it's like, okay, now we got to push each other. And I think you have a greater chance of getting the best out of whoever wins that job. Is his level of play is going to be even higher than it would have been had let's say Notre Dame went to Kenny, CJ, and Steve and said, hey, the order is CJ 1, Kenny 2, Steve 3. Let's just say hypothetically they did that. Steve bounces, but then so does Kenny. I think CJ'd be fine, but I don't know that CJ would be quite as good as I think he could be if Kenny stays and battles him and pushes him and makes him be the same way. And then the same thing is true if they'd have said, Kenny, you're 1, CJ, you're 2, and Steve, you're 3. Kenny'd be fine, but he'd be even better with CJ staying, knowing that, hey, and Marcus Freeman said this in his most recent press conference. They know, he's like, this is why I'm not worried about them playing these big moments, because every day is a big moment for them. Because if I don't bring it today, if I don't play well today, I'm not starting. Like Tuesday practice on August 5th or whatever Tuesday is, the first week of August, is going to be an intense practice mentally for that quarterback, because he knows if I don't play well today, I may not have a chance to start against Miami. The youth of Miami on August 31st, like, okay, now I can take a breath and just go play ball. You know what I mean? I'm going to be prepared for it. So I am glad they're coming back, because, Sean, to your point, them both being there is going to create an opportunity where whoever wins that job, you're going to get the best version of that guy this year, because if he doesn't, he's going to not start. He's going to get beat out.
Super chat from Andrew Burke. Thank you, Andrew. What's best coach Notre Dame game you've seen in your lifetime, meaning game plan, personnel usage, play calls, in-game adjustments, etc.?
You know what I think it was, Sean? 2017 USC. The way that, like, Chip Long coached circles around the USC staff that game. Even look at, like, the early reverse to Stefferson and how that set up, like, a later play where they tossed it to Tony Jones and faked reverse, and USC ran with the fake, and Tony just kind of kept running up the sideline for a big gain. You think of coming out, they'd been running so well on teams. They'd just been running all over people. And so you come out and your first touchdown pass, or your first touchdown of the game is a back shoulder go route. And then your second touchdown pass is a post route to Equanimous. You could see it on the field. When they hit that post route for a touchdown, USC's looking around like, what are we supposed to do? Like, we geared all of our efforts to stopping the run game, and now they're throwing it over our head. I don't know what we're supposed to do now. You could see it in their body language. They're like, we're done. We have no chance of stopping this team now. And then that set up, after they did that, then they went right back to the ground and just punished USC. But just the chess match early in that game from Chip Long was a thing of beauty. And I also think that Mike Elko was in his bag a little bit that day too with some of his pressures. I mean, he was getting after USC. Just the pressure where Tavon comes free and rips the ball out. I mean, that game all around was just a brilliant, brilliant performance from Notre Dame. And I mean, you bring in Josh Adams for a series and you give him an off-tackle play, runs it for 26 yards. I mean, his first carry of the game, he goes for 26. They spread the ball around that game. I mean, just the game plan on all phases of the game that day was outstanding. I mean, they made a big play on special teams. You remember they had the forced fumble and then Drew recovers it. That set up another score. That was one of the best coached and executed games I've seen in a long time for Notre Dame. And they were prepared. That's the one I got to give Brian Kelly credit for. He had that team ready to play that day. Mentally, they were fired up to go play that football team. I don't know if I'd give him all the credit, because I think the players kind of did a lot of that on that team. And Sean, you and I have talked about that, but dude, that was a dominant performance in every single phase of the game. You outgained them 497 to 336, and a lot of their 336 came late. A lot of it. And that's Sam Darnold at quarterback on that team, guys. This isn't like they did messed up Cody Kessler. All due respect. This is Sam Darnold, number 3 overall draft pick. That was a brilliant game. One of the best Notre Dame games I've ever seen as far as just sheer dominance, coaching, player, across the board.
Yeah, I think 2 games come to mind for me. One of them is more so on the offensive side of the ball, but Tommy Rees in 2022 against Clemson coached a heck of a game. Heck of a game. Run game plan design was spectacular. And Clemson's defense wanted nothing to do with Audric Estime or Logan Diggs. Not a thing. Not a thing. They won, 35-14, and Drew Pine threw like 10 passes.
He threw for less than 100 yards.
Yeah. And had a touchdown because it was just end of the game.
They were just coming up. But that was also a great play call, though, Trev, to your point, is They were coming up. We're going to stop the run. So he calls a play action over top to Michael Mayer for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm. The second one for me.
That was real quick. That was duo clinic tape.
Yeah.
If you want to teach duo and how to use it formationally and with motions and all that, you want to learn how to properly run duo, go watch Tommy Reese's game against Clemson in 2022. It's a great call, Trev.
The other one for me is this past season, and it was the Georgia game. And on defense, here's what I love so much. One, love the personnel that was put out onto the field. But two, that was the first game that I got to watch as a Notre Dame fan, truly, that against a premier program like Georgia, the defensive coordinator for Notre Dame called the game like he knew he had the better players on the field. And that's it. Like, the assignments weren't perfect. You know, Cash Jones was released on that wheel route for a touchdown, and I think it was maybe Drake Bowen that should have ran with him on it. But either way, it wasn't a perfectly executed game, but I loved how it was called. You know, Marcus Freeman at the end of the game on that final drive, in order to set that up, he outsmarted Kirby Smart, you know, arguably the best coach in college football at that time, and arguably still is for his track record. And so, yeah, that to me, you see it all encompassing. That was the first time in a game like that I got to watch a Notre Dame coaching staff not coach scared of an opponent because of the name. And it was even nicer because it was Georgia and they were the SEC champs. But they were calling the shots that day. It was very much Georgia was having to respond to what Notre Dame was dictating in that game and not the other way around. That's the first time I got to see that in my lifetime on a stage like that. They've done it before to other teams, obviously.
But on your point is that stage.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was the first time. That's a great observation, Trev. First time on that stage that Notre Dame was the better coach football team since Lou Holtz was head coach. It's a great point. Like, yeah. Whew, yeah.
Yeah. Those would be mine.
How about you, Sean?
Man, look, I'll keep you here for an hour. We're just gonna. If I go through the Lou Holtz era, then I mean that's a podcast in its own right. I'll just point out the 90 Orange Bowl against Colorado. The adjustments he made at halftime and the way they physically came out and just dominated probably a top 3 team in the nation.
They were number one, Sean. They were ranked number one. You're talking about the Orange Bowl. Hold on. Are you talking about the Orange Bowl at the end of the 89 season?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were ranked number one.
Yeah. And so that team just defensive back in the first half, and then all of a sudden he basically told the offensive line, look, take the game over. And the run game just Colorado had no answers with multiple NFL first and second round talent in the front, in their front seven on defense. It was crazy.
You also remember, Sean, what they did in the fourth quarter of that game, second half of that game. They put Rocket at running back.
Rocket, yeah. Yep.
So
was that the first time they did it?
No, they had done it occasionally. Like they had done it before, but they didn't always do it.
Yeah.
And like they had done it against Pitt that year, I'm pretty sure. And they did it a lot more in 90 than 89. But yeah, they put him at tailback and they like had him on some reverses. And they're like, yeah, we're going to hammer you this way. And then we're going to get 25 going this way. And it's just like, that was Sean, that was a great Colorado team. I'm going to pull up the NFL draft history thing and just give you guys just a couple of those names. But Alfred Williams, who won 2 Super Bowls with the Broncos, was part of that team. I mean,
had Big Steed in the middle, Chad Brown and linebacker,
Alfred,
Figures.
Canavas McGee.
Yeah,
remember him? He was on that team. Like you said, Joel Steed was on that team. They had Darian Hagan at quarterback. I think Deion Figures was a freshman on that team. Remember him? He was a star as well. But I mean, they had Mike Pritchard at receiver. He had Eric Bieniemy at running back. And you talk about both sides of the ball playing at a high level. I mean, that's the other thing is they shut down that Colorado offense too, which was really good in 1989. But like that's the reason that Miami won the title is because Notre Dame beat. Because remember, Colorado, or I mean, I think Miami that year had lost to Florida State. In 1989. Let me go look that up. But so that's why Colorado was able to move up to number one is because Notre Dame. Notre Dame was ranked number 1 until they lost in the last game of the regular season to Miami.
Yeah.
Which then vaulted Colorado up to Miami up to number 2, and Colorado up to number 1. But yeah, Miami that year had lost on the road to Florida State. So Miami was number 7 going into the Notre Dame game, beat Notre Dame, and then that jumped them up to number 1 or number 2. And then they played Alabama that year in a bowl game and beat Alabama by 8. But Colorado was number 1. They controlled their own destiny, and Notre Dame beat them 21-6.
Yeah.
And then Colorado went and won the title the next year, split it with Georgia Tech. That's similar to what happened, Sean, if you remember in the 93 Cotton Bowl, Reggie and Jerome's last game. It's like first half, they had like the field was like ice.
Yeah.
And they switched shoes, and they came out the second half, and they're like, we're just going to run right at them and just bullied Texas A&M the second half of that game.
Yeah.
But that's what you got used to back then. And that's why like Trev didn't get to experience that. Like, and that's why we're excited, because like you just knew on those stages, like Lou never lost in those games, ever lost in those games. I mean, like the bowl games like that, and you know, they lost to A&M in 87 in a bowl game. And I don't know that he lost another bowl game until like the 1994 season when they went 6-4 and lost to Florida State in the Orange Bowl by 5. They had no business being in the Orange Bowl and still almost beat Florida State in 94. I mean, they just and you know, the only team that could beat them in a big game was Miami. I mean, especially at home. Michigan had a couple nice wins on it, but like 89, like Miami was the only team in the country that had any chance to beat Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And like just like when like Lou Holtz, Trev, when they lost like, how did you lose to that team?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how'd you lose to Stanford at home? Like, okay, the Bill Walsh Stanford loss I get, but how'd you lose at home to Denny Green's 5-6 Stanford team in 1990? Like, what are you doing? How'd you like? You lost to Penn State. That wasn't even a good Penn State team. Like, what is going on right now? Like, you beat the bad Penn State teams, but you get beat by a Penn State team that had lost 3 games so far that year. Like, come on, man. Like, what's going on? It was always those head scratching games. It was other than like Miami. So it was, and it was Cannabis McGee. Salty. So
I saw that.
Yeah.
I did
What about the same lineage as that 92 Sugar Bowl? Without question. What they did, the way they frustrated that high-powered Florida offense. We can get to the run game.
Didn't he go like 6 DBs in that game and just like did some funky stuff?
And they didn't even rush. They was like a muddled, slow pass rush, just zoned them out, backed off the ball,
and then just
Florida State
physically beat them up on offense.
Physically beat them up. Yes.
Well, people forget about that game, Sean, because a lot of times, people look at that game and they remember the final score, which was a blowout. It was 39-28, and I believe Florida scored last, but they were losing going into the fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter, yeah.
It was like 17-16.
They frustrated the defense. It was a bend, don't break defense. They allowed Florida to move the ball in between the 20s, and then Florida kept getting frustrated because they had to settle for field goals early
and then
on.
Shane
Florida
Matthews tried to force a couple balls and got picked off. And then in the second half, Jerome took that game over.
It was nothing they could do. Absolutely nothing they could do.
Nothing. And Lou was like the perfect game for Lou, because there was like Notre Dame shouldn't have been in the game. They had no chance. They didn't deserve to be there. They were ranked 18th. I mean, they were 8-3 at that 9-3 going into that game. Like they had lost 2 games in a row to end the season, and then lost to Tennessee, blew a big lead against Tennessee, got smacked on the road by Penn State, and then had a really ugly game, a win over Hawaii, like to end the season, like 48-42 game over Hawaii. And they're like, you don't belong in here. Like Florida was ranked number 3. Like that was a great Florida team, and this high octane offense and all this other kind of stuff, the fun and gun. And, they had beaten Florida State in their last game of the regular season. They blew out Georgia. They whooped the Tennessee team that beat Notre Dame in Notre Dame. Blew out Alabama 35-0. Like they had no shot in that game. And just Spurrier got out-coached.
And then
then they got out-physicaled in the second half.
Yeah.
But like they did that they did that to RC Slocum in the Cotton Bowl. I mean, they just did it to Bobby Bowden in 93. Just,
And unfortunately, this would go down as maybe the number one best coach game. Charlie Weiss coached his butt off at 05 against USC.
Yeah.
He had them ready to play.
Yeah.
Both sides of the ball. I think the call on fourth down was the right call.
Yeah.
Matt Leinart and they made a play.
Yeah. They didn't have Chris Fromm, who got hurt early in that game. So you didn't have and then the big play in that game was when Anthony Fasano caught that long pass and he gets the ball. I think if that play doesn't happen, I think Notre Dame wins that game.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then also if Darius Walker doesn't freaking go out of bounds,
that's a good call.
I love Darius Walker, but that's the one play I'm like, dude. Like I think of you remember when they were playing A&M and Riley Leonard gets the sideline against A&M and he slides inbounds. Like you got to know the situation.
Yeah.
But Trev, that Sean and I grew up in an era where, and I'm sure the people older than us that grew up in the era, Parsegian era, but like Sean and I grew up in a Holtz era, and you just knew like those were the games you just didn't worry about. Yeah. You're almost surprised when they didn't win those games. You're
because
just like
as a coach, he knew this is when we're watching the playoffs now, right? This is when coaching becomes imminent, like paramount.
Yeah.
He knew, all right, Jimmy Johnson's on the other side. This is where I really get to show who I am.
Yep.
McCarthy's on the other sideline. This is where I get Bobby Bowden
Bo Schembechler, R.C. Slocum, Bobby Bowden, Joe Paterno. Yep.
Right. And what did he tell his players when he went out in 88? Say Jimmy Johnson for me.
Johnson's for me. Yeah, it's great.
Because they're going to flinch.
Yeah.
He's going to flinch.
Yeah.
And
he did. And he did. He did flinch in that game. Remember when he did the fake punt? And they were like, that's when they knew that they flinched. I think they talk about it in the Catholics versus Convicts documentary. I think they talk about that moment. Like they flinched. So Trev, this is from 87. Miami won the title in 87, 89, and 91. The 2 years in between 88 and 90, the reason they didn't win the title is because Notre Dame beat them in those years. Like that's how good Notre Dame was. And I still say 89, Notre Dame still should have got the title. If you're not going to give it to them in 93, then they should have got it in 89. Like, same criteria.
If you talk to Coach Holtz, he would tell you 89 was his fault.
He said that.
He would tell you 89 was on me.
So, do you know the backstory on that, Trev?
Mm-mm.
They got in the big brawl in 88. You remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Well, they caught a lot of backlash and a lot of flack. So, Lou Holtz, the players have said, and he's admitted, we went overboard in trying to overcorrect. If any, I'll pull your scholarship, we're going to do this. And they were just kind of like, they took all that edge away. And it was still 10-10. And then Miami hits a 3rd and 34. They're backed up in their own back, and they're just a Hail Mary on 3rd and 34 that they caught. And they ran with it. It ended up being 27-10, I think, Sean. But it was 10-10. I mean, they were still in it. But that team lost their edge because of the way he prepared them going into that game. It was the last game of the regular season. If they had won 20-something in a row, and if they win that game, they're number one. They're probably. I mean, there's no. Miami was the only team that could have beat them that year.
Yep.
I mean, Colorado had no chance in that game, Sean. They had that one drive early where Darian Hagan had a couple real nice runs, but they shut Eric Bieniemy down in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Like they could do nothing on that Notre Dame defense. Like that was the number one team in the country that year. I mean, that Colorado team was legit, but they had no chance against Notre Dame that day. Like that's how good that team was.
Yeah.
I mean, that 89 Colorado team, I'll remind you again, they beat Texas by 21. They beat number 10 Illinois by 31. They beat number 21 Washington on the road by double digits. They beat Nebraska, who was really good that year. And then, they were really good. And Notre Dame just smoked them. Just absolutely smoked them. And just, dude, that was a fun team. That's a really fun team.
Must have been nice to grow up in an era where you knew the coach when they got to the postseason was going to be like that.
I think it's worse because we did feel what it was like to have that. Yeah. And then what it was like, this for you, like, this is cool. This is new. We're like, Shion and I are like, it's about freaking time. You know what I mean? Like,
would you consider?
That's fair. But the thing is I grew up in an era where my coach showed up to play in the Music City French Fry Bowl. But when they got to the playoffs, it was, I mean, I could have been the coach at that point. So, like, look, man.
French Fry Bowl. Hey, look. Brian, would you consider 0-1 on the road against Florida State by Willingham?
0-2?
The way they came out early in 0-2, the way they came out early in that game, I think that was a pretty good coach.
Yeah. I still think his best coaching performance is probably 0-4 Michigan, though. Okay. I don't think that Florida State team was that good. And I think that 0-2 Notre Dame team was really talented. I think 0-4 Michigan, when they beat Michigan, who I think was number 1, that was the best game for me because he didn't have the horses in that game.
Yeah.
Like, they had to coach their tails off that game, and he had to get them ready for that game. I think that was still his best performance, but that was a good one. He had them ready to play down in Tallahassee. I mean, they came out throwing bombs. I think they threw like a post to Arnez like early in that game. Yeah, they were ready to play that game. They were ready to play that game. Yeah, that's a good one. That was Carlisle was the quarterback on that team, wasn't he?
Yes.
In 0-2?
Oh, yeah. 0-2, yeah.
Yeah. Carlisle 0-4 was
Quinn.
Brady eventually took over in 0-4. Yeah. Or Brady eventually took over in 0-3, and he was their starter in 0-4.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And then Carlisle, I think, had moved to receiver that year.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Yep.
I think Bob Davie had a well-coached. Yeah, Bob Davie beat a pretty good Michigan team.
He beat Michigan when they were the defending champions in '98. They were the defending champs, and they beat them. Yeah. Had Grant Irons, I think, was on that team. Like, Yep. I mean, Davie's thing was Davie just, if you were going to get in a slugfest with Davie, that's when you were like in his wheelhouse. When you actually were like, hey, we're going to be athletic in this game, like he had no answers for that, and he just didn't know how to build a team for that. And it's just so he was the most inconsistent coach ever. Like, really good one year, bad the next year. He also had some postseason, like, dude flinched in the post. He didn't know how to get a team ready for a bowl game at all. I mean, like that Oregon State game. Oregon State was better than Notre Dame. I mean, they had better athletes. They were just better. But they were so unprepared for that game. That's what bothered me. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, boy. Dillingham was the quarterback for a couple games in 0-2 when Carlisle got hurt. He wasn't the starter for the full season. And he was the starter in 0-2 when they lost to BC. That's why they lost. They don't lose to BC if Carlisle's not hurt. I'm pretty sure it was Carlisle Holiday. Let me go look. Because Arnez was the starting quarterback in 2000, right? And then when he got hurt, he I think it was the Lavecchio takeover. But yeah, Carlisle Holiday was a starting quarterback in 2002. I still say this, one of those what if, Sean. I still say if Carlisle Holiday would have played under Lou Holtz, he'd have gone down as an all-time great at Notre Dame. He was a perfect Lou Holtz quarterback, man. Yeah. He had a cannon for an arm, and he was really athletic. He had no accuracy, no feel. But, I mean, the guy played wide receiver in the NFL. He was a pretty good athlete. He was a really good football player. If he could have played for Lou, he was born about 8 years too late. Because we were starting to transition out of the triple option. Even Nebraska was kind of not as effective. They were at the very end of their triple option dominance. They played for the title in like 2001 and just weren't, they were just outclassed. You were kind of seeing the end of that offense. If he was a guy that could have played in like the early 90s,
his recruitment came down to Nebraska and
Notre Dame,
Carlisle,
down in San Antonio,
yeah.
Yep, that'd have been fun. Oh goodness.
Super chat from AST12321. Thank you for the super chat. If the 2016 Notre Dame team had the coaching staff of the 2024 Notre Dame team, what is its hypothetical record?
9-3. Sean, what do you think? I mean, look, because remember that game, that season, the only game that wasn't really competitive that year was, let me pull up the 2016.
USC was not competitive.
It was not competitive at the end,
At the
It was
end,
competitive early.
Mhm.
They had a lead on. I mean, Deshaun threw a pick six in the second quarter that kind of broke it open. But remember, like first or second play of the game, Josh Adams goes for like 74, and like so they were competitive. But it was one of those games, Trev, to your point, they were not going to win that game. Like it wasn't a blowout till the second half. They weren't going to win that game. That was the game where Dory had a touchdown. Was it
offense, defense, special teams?
Offense, defense, special teams. Yep.
But that Notre Dame 2016 team, like you lost to Texas in overtime. And not a very good Texas team. You lost to a Michigan State team that was 3-9 and just had a horrible game plan. You blew a 14-0 lead over Duke at home, who wasn't very good. You blew out Syracuse. I highly doubt Marcus Freeman throws the ball almost 30 times in the middle of a legitimate hurricane. Like I'm not even joking and exaggerating that. And they lost 10-3. They don't lose at home to Stanford. That was a game where they just didn't want to be there. They beat Miami. You lost by a point to Navy in a game where one of the go-ahead drives for Navy is a drive where I'm going to have to look up this box score, but it was fourth down. Notre Dame had finally stopped Navy. This is in 2016. They finally stopped Navy, but they had too many guys on the field. And the guy coming off is jogging off the field, and Navy snaps it and gets the ball back and goes on like a long touchdown drive. And I'm trying. Yes, it was. It was. So Notre Dame was winning 24-21. It was Navy got the ball. It was 4th and 6 at their own 40. And Notre Dame gets that penalty because the guy's jogging off the field on punt team. 4th and 1. Navy's like 4th and 1. We're going for it on 4th and 1. They got it and went down and scored. That ended up being a 16-play drive that took 9 minutes off the clock. Notre Dame was starting to kind of take control a little bit of that game. That previous drive, Notre Dame had put a really good drive together. If they stop Navy there, they go down and score, and that game's over. And this team wouldn't have made that, in my opinion, this type of mistake. So you go down there. They don't lose that game. They blow out Army. They blew a 24-7 lead to Virginia Tech. I don't know if they beat USC. Let's just give USC that one because USC had the better roster that year. So let's say they lose to USC. So, I mean, they lose to who? USC? Let's say they drop one other game in the middle of the season because that team also had some roster deficiencies. I mean, you're trying to start the season with Avery Sebastian at safety. That was not good. That was not good. Not good. Sean Crawford gets hurt second game of the year. So you lose your best, you're one of your top players. But think about that. Trev, you talked about this before. Think about the receiving core that team had in 2016. Here's the other thing. Deshaun Kaiser's not your starting quarterback in 2016. Malik Zaire is with this current coaching staff. Marcus Freeman puts a high value on, I want leaders. I want guys that are going to work. I want guys that are going to put in the work and do the right thing off the field as well as on it. There's no way that Malik's not the starting quarterback in 2016 if Marcus Freeman's the head football coach.
Or Mike Denbrock's still the OC.
Or exactly. Because he had shifted. He had given Mike Sanford a lot of duties that year. The other thing, too, about that is if Deshaun started, it's because they would have held him accountable for his actions and he would have matured and been a better player, and that him starting would not have fractured the locker room. Because I think Malik, in our conversation, Sean, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Malik strikes me as someone who's a realist. He knows when that dude's better than I am. And he would say, like, Everett Golson's better than I am. I think part of his frustration in 2016 was Deshaun's not better than I am. If Deshaun would have grown up and conducted himself the right way, worked the right, he might have been better than Malik, and Malik would have had the same frustration with not getting a starting job. That's what I think about Malik. And I could be wrong. So if Deshaun started under Marcus Freeman, it's because Deshaun would have grown up and conducted himself in a way where we would have got a much better version of Deshaun. Here's the final piece. Marcus Freeman never hires Brian Van Gorder as his defensive coordinator, ever. And if he did, he'd have been fired before the first season was over with. I promise you that. So, yeah, that team would have been at worst 9-3. Here's the thing about that year, Trev. That schedule was soft.
Yep.
That wasn't even like a tough schedule. Texas finished that year with a losing record, beat Notre Dame. Michigan State beat Notre Dame, finished that year 3-9. Duke beat Notre Dame, finished that year 4-8. NC State beat Notre Dame that year, finished 7-6. Navy beat Notre Dame that year. I think they were a decent team, if I remember correctly, but NC State was 7-6. Stanford was pretty decent that year. Navy finished 9-5 that year. Like, lost to Temple, lost to South Florida, lost by 2 touchdowns to Air Force. They lost to a decent Virginia Tech team in a game where they were winning 24-7. Like, they didn't even play a tough schedule that year and still went 4-8. Oh, man. Whew.
Yeah. Yep. Super chat from Brandon Plensner. Thoughts on Angeli's new wide receiver 1 target, Jonte Cook II?
I don't know if I'm ready to chalk Jonte Cook up to being their number 1 target. I think he's the most physically gifted receiver the minute he shows up on campus. But, like, dude, there's a reason that Jonte Cook hasn't done anything in college so far. And his success at Syracuse is going to be determined by whether or not he makes those corrections. If he makes those corrections, I think he's a great weapon for Steve because he's a vertical guy. And, you know, one thing I was in a conversation with somebody the other day about Steve, and they were talking about he just won't push the ball down the field. And I said, well, kind of. If it's his primary read, Steve throws a really nice deep ball. A really nice deep ball. It's when he gets into situations where it's not as it's not the primary read, it's not the one-on-one. That's when he tends to get into a little bit of trouble. And if he gets back to kind of like just, hey, we're running a post route here. And the Syracuse offense has relatively like basic reads. It's not a super complex offense. He's a guy that can make plays in space. Trev, I mean, you watch Trevor Pena's film and he catches about 95,000 crossing routes. I mean, Jonte Cook's the kind of guy you want to get in space with some crossing routes. And so I think those are things where if his attitude is where it needs to be, if his work ethic is where it needs to be, this will be a great pickup for them. But that's I need to see it before I believe it's going to be there type of thing. But physically, he's very talented.
Yeah, plain and simple for me. I love the football ability, but you got to be able to be eligible to showcase your football playing ability. That's my biggest thing with Jonte Cook. Mm-hmm. And that is being serious because he is a really good talent. Just hope it can all be put together and it can be showcased for him.
Yeah. Be good for Steve if it happens.
Yeah.
Got another big one from Patrick. Appreciate you, Patrick. Coming in with some fire today, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Patrick. I was encouraged about what we saw and heard about Cole Mullins this spring. You have always been really high on him. Does this showing have legs? Can he crack the rotation this year, or are we still a year away?
It's kind of a yes to both, because he may still be a year away because the depth at the position is really good. You've got Josh Burnham, you've got Bryce Young. If there's a need, if they want to go 3 deep, I think he can crack the lineup. Because this, like Trev, you talked about this. You talked about him in one of the practices earlier. So you could look at me and say the blue gold game, well, Brian, you've always been high on him. This is sort of confirmation bias. I'm like, all right, that's fair. I don't think it is, because I mean, there's guys that I liked a lot coming out of high school that I don't talk about now because they haven't shown anything. But you talked about him in a practice, like, dude, he's moving really well. And at the end of the day, Patrick, the big question is going to be, do they leave him outside or not? I just don't see a guy that's an inside guy. I don't. I hope I'm wrong on that, because if he can go inside and be the impact player, he can be on the edge inside. You're answering a lot of questions about a position that's a concern for the future. So I do. I think he could absolutely be a really nice part of that rotation. And as I've said before, if there's injuries at Viper and Cole Mullins steps up, then you'll feel better, more comfortable putting Josh Burnham back over Viper, or maybe putting Bryce over there at times, because you can put someone like Cole into the lineup and feel good about it. So yeah, I think it has some legs, and I think he has a shot to crack the rotation. It's just not going to be easy because it's so talented. But yeah, I think he can help this team. If he can do in the fall what he did in the spring, and keep in mind he's a year removed from a knee injury, so he's not even. I mean, he's going to get stronger and stronger and stronger as he gets further and further away from the injury that cost him last season.
Yeah, I never watched him on the interior of the defensive line, but I know what it looks like when somebody is playing in a position where they're comfortable. That was my biggest takeaway with Cole Mullins. So I'm with you, Brian. Super chat from Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. Who has a better sophomore season, DJ Lagway or Dylan Raiola?
I'm going to go with Dylan Raiola, and there's a couple reasons for that. Number one is, I mean, first and foremost, I think Dylan had the better freshman season. And I know DJ Lagway did some really nice things, but Dylan had a pretty good first year as well. I think DJ finished a little better, obviously, than Dylan did. So I think that kind of, the way Florida finished the season and DJ being a big part of that is why. And Dylan also, I think, is a kid that just people kind of like to bang on because he does kind of do some things where you're just like, dude, like, come on. But he had some nice performances down the stretch of the season as well, and a couple wins. DJ threw 6 touchdown passes in the last 4 games, but he also threw 4 picks. Dylan only threw 3 touchdown passes, also had 3 picks, but he had a couple games of over 200 yards and some big performances. I think the big thing for me is I think Dylan has he's going to play a easier schedule, and 2, I think he's got better weapons. I think Nebraska's got very good weapons this year. Very good weapons. And he's a guy that's coming off of a 2,800-yard season, and he will be the focal point of the season where I think offense, where I think Florida's going to be smart enough to say, let's not force DJ to carry us as a sophomore. And so I think that Florida's going to have the better team. I think DJ's going to be the better playmaker, but I think Dylan's going to have the more productive season is the way that I would describe it. I think he'll have more yards and more touchdowns and things like that. I don't know that I would say if I could pick one of the two, would I pick Dylan or DJ? I'd probably go with DJ. But who's going to have the more productive season? I think it's going to be Dylan Raiola, just because the offense and all the different things around it. He will be the focal point of the offense this season. And again, DJ's got to prove to us that he can stay healthy. That's the other thing.
That was my biggest thing. I'm going with Dylan Raiola too. I don't say that with a lot of confidence. But for me, it's Raiola's just healthier.
Yeah.
We're hearing these reports about DJ Lagway still having that nagging shoulder soreness.
Yeah.
I don't know what that does to his season. And that's something that Raiola's not having to deal with. Yeah. So that's what kind of edges him out for me.
That's a good point. Here's my guy. I wonder if my guy Kenny Moore's in the chat, because Kenny and I had some battles back in the day about who was better, CJ Carr or Dylan Raiola. And I always said CJ Carr was better. I still think CJ Carr is better. I think last year confirmed to me why I think CJ Carr is better. But now we finally get to see them both be starters.
Yeah.
And that's going to be very interesting. And that's why I was thinking that at first I thought Tyler might have been asking that question. But then I was like, no, I think he's talking about DJ Lagway. But that would have been an interesting one, is who has the better year, CJ Carr or Dylan Raiola? What say you, Trevor?
CJ Carr, because I don't think that the coaching staff is going to load up his plate as much than what Nebraska will with Raiola. And it also comes down to, it's a point that you touched on, like, what are we defining as a better sophomore season? We're talking statistically, because I think that Dylan Raiola will put up more yards. Some of it will be out of necessity.
I think it's a combination of all the statistics. It's yards, touchdowns, yards per attempt, completion percentage, quarterback grading, and the incorporation of all of them.
Yeah,
for me,
taking care of the football, I'd give that edge to Carr. Efficiency and completion percentage, I'd give that edge to Carr. Passing yards, probably Raiola.
Yeah. Again, because of the nature of the offense that he plays in. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they're going to build it around him. I still think if CJ Carr plays as a true freshman, he's better than 13 touchdowns and 11 picks.
Yeah.
I absolutely think that.
Super chat from ND Milton fan. Thank you for the super chat. How good was Harry Heedstand? Anyone close to him currently coaching?
He was an elite coach. I mean, he was an elite coach. I mean, and he had different types of dominant offensive lines. He had years where they were really, really good, but not super talented. I mean, 2012, you had a great left side in Zach Martin and Chris Watt, kind of combined those into one. Braxton Cave was a grinder, but he was coming off of a really bad lower leg injury, and he just wasn't the same athlete he was before that. Like I'd still like to see what Braxton Cave's career could have turned out in the NFL had he not had that. He had like a really bad lower leg injury. And he just seemed to me never to have quite the same explosiveness off the ball after the injury.
Yeah.
But, he battled, but you had Mike Golick, who was just Mike Golick's one of those guys that said, like, you look at Mike Golick Jr., like 2 years after he's done playing football, he was like 50, 60 pounds down just because he wasn't naturally a 300-pound guy. But he was, again, tough guy, smart kid, grinder. He wasn't like this super talented player. And then you had Christian Lombard, who was young, good player. But, so that line was a tough, grinded out line. The 2013 offensive line was the best pass blocking line in college football. That's what they wanted to be. They didn't care about running the football that year. I think that was a mistake, but they didn't care. They wanted to throw it a lot. And so they were great at that. They only gave up 8 with Tommy Reese at quarterback. They gave up 8 sacks in 2013. The 2014 line had some struggles early. He moved some guys around, kind of got them going, and they finished much better offensive line-wise. And then, of course, the defense fell apart at that point in time. 2015 was the best line in college football. The 2016 offensive line wasn't the problem. I mean, they scored points that year, and you had 2 All-Americans. And then, of course, 2017, they had the best line in college football again. So he was an elite coach. And then 22, I mean, you look at how well that line improved all year in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So in 2021, they were terrible. That was one of the worst offensive lines I've seen. 2021's offensive line was the worst line I had seen since 2007. It was terrible. And that's what he had to work with. And by the end of the year, the offensive line, Notre Dame was pretty good second half of the year in 2022. So he was one of the best to ever do it, in my opinion. And who's close to him? Chris Watt is coaching in the NFL right now. So he's someone to keep an eye on as far as the Harry Hiestand tree of coaching. So
there we go.
Yeah.
Good deal. Super chat from Isaac. Thank you, Isaac, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Would you be very surprised if Bryce Young had the type of season that draft guys said he'd be a potential first-round pick if he was eligible in 2026?
I won't be surprised. I'm actually not. Like, I actually will be surprised if Bryce Young's not being talked about as a potential first-round pick in 2026, or it'd be the 2027 NFL draft. Well, actually, I'm reading that incorrectly. He'd be a potential first-round pick if he was eligible in 2026. I wouldn't be surprised ever, but I'm not predicting it. And that was where I was going to go with my point before I realized I was reading his question incorrectly. I think Bryce Young is going to be projected to be a first-round pick in 2027, but I think part of it's going to be about the tools. I think he's going to have a good year in 2025, but I'm not predicting that he's going to necessarily have like a monster year in 2025. I think we're going to start to see more and more of the flashes that, I don't know that I see like a Stephon Tuitt sophomore season breakout for Bryce just yet. Because remember, so Stephon is a sophomore, had 11 sacks?
Yeah.
I don't know that I see that, but I think he's going to be pretty good. I think 26 is when he has the monster breakout. Now, keep that in mind when you think about how excited I am for the season. I don't think every player is going to have their max out season. Like, I don't think that Bryce is going to have a 14 tackle for loss, 10 sack season. I'm not predicting that. If he does it, I'm not predicting Boubacar to have 11 sacks this year. I just think as a unit, they're going to be really good. Then 26 is when you're like, this is going to be fun. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with him. I want to make sure that we have a realistic expectation for Bryce. That doesn't mean he can't surpass it if the light goes on, but he's still a bit on the raw side. So I expect a 8 to 9 tackle for loss, 5 to 6, 7 sack season for Bryce. That's what I expect. from him. Anything beyond that is like, okay, now we're really getting something.
Yeah.
Because he's also going to split reps with Josh Burnham and some other guys too. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I've said this before. Follow statistically the trajectory that Isaiah Foskey had in his gradual coming of being an elite defensive end for Notre Dame. In his true freshman season, he had no sacks, which Bryce Young already has a head start on him with that. And then in 2020, during his sophomore year, he had, I think, like 4.5 or 5 in a shorter season. You project that type of efficiency onto a Bryce Young sophomore season. I think that's when you can get to the 6, 7, 8 type of sack year potentially. And then 26. And then if he elects to come back in 2027, which I'm not really holding my breath for, but if he does, that's when you could see the double-digit sack type of year for him. So I think it'll be more along the lines of Isaiah Foskey's career trajectory than, Stephon Tuitt's.
Yeah.
But would it shock me? No.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a difference between saying I'm not predicting it and he's not capable of it. He's certainly capable of it, but I'm not predicting it.
Yeah.
And if he has it, again, there's just so many guys who are like, if this guy breaks out now, how do you beat this team? If Bryce Love is a guy that plays, to Isaac's question, if he plays that way, it's just another thing of like, I don't know how you beat this team. And that was the thing with Ohio State last year, right? Like when they play their game, how do you beat that team? The question is, you got to hope that they don't play their game. And they didn't against Michigan. They didn't against Nebraska. They didn't really against Illinois, against Oregon. There's a couple times they didn't really play their game. But when they did, like, how do you beat that team? That's how Georgia was in 2022. That's how Bama was in 2020. LSU was in 19. Like when they play their game, you don't have a chance to beat that football team.
Nope.
Notre Dame is not that team in 2025 as of right now. But there's a few guys that if they really kind of max out their ability, I think they become that. I'm looking at guys like, Bryce Young as being one, Malachi Fields, Charles Jagasol is a potential in that. CJ Carr is kind of that guy. Like I'm predicting a good, solid redshirt freshman season from CJ. But if CJ's like, okay, better than even I'm expecting of him to be, then it's like, okay, I don't know how you beat this team. And that's because then that leads to Malachi breaking out and Eli Raridan breaking out. And, if Bryce Young and Boubacar both just kind of go off this year, again, I ask, how do you beat this team? You have arguably the best secondary in the country, and they now have the best edge talent in the country. That's the thing but I'm not predicting all those things. I think they'll play well. Notre Dame's defense this year is going to be more about the sum of the parts than having like 5 right now playing like first-round draft pick guys. They're going to have a lot of guys that are like, dude, that's going to be a first-round pick someday. He's going to be a first-round pick someday. But they may not be there right now. Like that's how I feel about Boubacar and Bryce. But it's not about them, and if they don't pan out, you're in trouble. It's those two, Josh Burnham, Jordan Botelho, Junior Tuihalamaka, Logan Thomas, Cole Mullins. You're bringing in Chris Burgess, who we talked about yesterday. It's more so like the sum of the parts. If those guys, if it becomes about the star power, because Drake Bowen has the season this year that I think he's going to have next year. I think he's going to be pretty good this year, but I think next year is like the All-American type of season. Same thing with like Kingston. Like I'm sitting there thinking about what this linebacker room is going to look like in 2026 when it's Drake as a senior and Kingston as a junior and Osbury as a senior and Madden as a sophomore and Saka as a sophomore, like Bodie Cahoon as a junior. Like, dude, this is going to be an unreal season. If that happens this year, and Bryce, it happens this year, and Boubacar happens this year, and Christian Gray has in 25 the season I think he's going to have in 26. Like, okay, CJ Carr's a year ahead of schedule. Like, I think CJ Carr in 26 is going to be a stud. I think this year he's going to make us think, I can't wait till next year. Because he's going to be pretty good this year. But I don't think he's like top 5 in the Heisman Trophy voting this season. Like, that's putting too much hype on him. Like, we're talking about like 2,800 yards in the regular season, like 20-some touchdowns. Like, good job. Like, dude, you're going to be special someday. But if he's special now, then it's like, again, how do you beat this team? And they've never had that talent since Lou Holtz was here. They've never had that you can't beat them unless they beat themselves talent since Lou Holtz. And they're a year away from that, in my opinion, because they need some guys to kind of break out. But if those, and I'm not predicting them to break out this year. My optimism about this team is more about the depth of talent, not that they've got 6 stars to build around. And that's what I think made Ohio State so good last year, is because they had depth of talent plus star power. So when they played their game, you honestly had no chance, because they had defensive players who could take over the game. They had offensive players who could take over the game. And you're just like, dude, you don't have a shot. I don't know that this Notre Dame team is that. I think if things go well, that next year's Notre Dame team could be that. But if some guys are ahead of schedule, Trev, then this team could become that.
Well, and what makes this season so exciting is there's some position groups that are already there, like that are set up to have that type of season this year.
Mm-hmm.
Running back room, yeah. I mean, you can already look at the state of this running back room. It's like, how do you stop this group specifically?
The O-line doesn't play well.
Yeah. You look at the secondary, and it's like the guy that we're talking about that needs to elevate his game and play at a more consistent level is Christian Gray, the older of the duo. Leonard Moore, a lot of the conversations like, dude, just have kind of the same season you had last year. Don't let the fame and the notoriety get to your head. With Christian Gray, I mean, we saw what this group could do when they're dialed in, and they didn't allow a single reception to a Penn State receiver in the semifinals of the college football playoff. I mean, that it's one of those where if Christian Gray can play at that level consistently throughout the course of a season, how do you pass on this team? And that's the year after they lose Xavier Watts. I mean, it's a really exciting conversation to have. As a team, I'm 100% with you. But what makes me even more excited about this upcoming season is there's already position groups that are kind of there. And it's like, yo, dude, like, oh, man.
And that's where I'm coming from. Like, we have Notre Dame as a preseason number 2 team in the country. We think this team is going to be really good. There's a difference between being really good and being a title contender and being a team where you're like, if they play their game, you can't beat them. If LSU played their game in 2019, there was nobody could beat them. If Alabama played their game in 2020, nobody could beat them. In Georgia in 2021, and especially 2021, but even more so in 2022, when they played their game, you couldn't beat them. There was nobody good enough to beat them. That's Ohio State was in the postseason this year. It's like, if they play their game, you can't beat them. I mean, you go back to Clemson in 2018. I mean, there's teams like that. Not every year has that. And in 2016, I don't think either Clemson or Alabama were that good, meaning if they played their game, nobody could beat them. There were teams that could beat them that year if they played well. 2015, same way. 2017, same way. 2018, there was a team in Clemson that if they played their game, nobody could beat them. 2019, that was that way. 2013, Florida State was that way. When they played their game, nobody could beat that team. And you have teams like now some of those teams will lose games because they beat themselves. That 2015 Ohio State team was that way. Nobody was going to beat them when they play their game. They didn't get beat by Michigan State because Michigan State outplayed them. They got beat by Michigan State because they didn't play hard. They had a terrible game plan and they didn't bring it that day. If they'd have played Michigan State a week later, it would have looked a lot like the Bama game looked against Michigan State in the playoffs.
Yep.
That was the issue with that 2015 Ohio State team. So those teams don't always win championships if they don't have leadership and character and things like that. But I don't know that this Notre Dame team is that. I think next year's Notre Dame team could be that. But to your point, Trevor, is if you've got some units like that, if the O-line does this, if CJ Carr does that, if Young and Traore do this, if Kingston and Drake, do this, now all of a sudden you get to the point where like now they're kind of like I don't know that anyone can beat them unless they beat themselves.
Yeah.
So I just don't know that this team can be that. This team can win it all. This team is capable. They're capable of winning it all. Texas is capable of winning it all. Penn State's capable of winning it all. Ohio State, Oregon, Bama, Clemson. There's no team that's just like, in my opinion, if they play their game, you don't have a shot to beat them. Like, I think there's a lot of teams on the same level. I think Notre Dame in 2026 could be that team. We'll see. And this is one of the guys that would be part of that. him breaking out would be part of that.
Mm-hmm. Super chat from ND Milton fan. Thank you for the super chat. Your personal take on Knapp at left tackle.
My personal take, so I don't need to address the two extremes. Let's give my personal take. I think Anthony Knapp is a very talented run blocker. I think Anthony Knapp is physical. I think he's a good athlete. I think he's long. I think he has a chance to be an outstanding player at Notre Dame. My question remains, can he be that at left tackle? And we don't know the answer to that. When you saw how he played after Billy Schrouth was inserted into the starting lineup, you started to see a better version of Anthony Knapp as a true freshman. And I think sometimes that gets lost in, I feel as though Anthony Knapp has become the whipping boy for people who are mad at Joe Rudolph. And I'm totally like, and I think that we, as you and I, have factored into that, if we're being honest about this, because the criticism of Anthony Knapp as a player was strong this season because it deserved to be so. And that has then turned into a situation where it's kind of like, now it's turned into this thing where he can never be good. And then when we criticize Joe Rudolph for the decision to leave him at left tackle, that builds on it. And so I'll take ownership of that, but I don't change my opinion and I don't change my evaluations. I think Anthony Knapp can be a stud at Notre Dame. I think, and I didn't say you're criticizing him. We're not talking about you, ND Milton fan. We're talking about the criticism in general. You're asking about it. We're speaking to the conversation. But when I look at Anthony Knapp and I say, take all the criticism away, take should Jagasol be there or not, should Gerby have been put there or not, take all of that out of the equation. What kind of left tackle can Anthony Knapp be in 2025? That's the question. And here's my question. Here's my answer. I think Anthony Knapp is going to be a big-time run blocker this year. Why do I think that? Because he's a pretty freaking good run blocker last year. And now he's going to be a year older and a year stronger and a year in the system and a year more comfortable at the position. His ultimate success, however, is going to come down to, can he make big improvements as a pass blocker? That's my question. That's my I need to see it. And it's not as simple as just saying, well, he'll be a year more experienced, because that's not really my issue. My issue isn't, he made some mistakes that a freshman makes. It's, I don't think he looks comfortable playing in space. Not everybody does. Not every athletic linebacker's comfortable playing in space. As you were pointing out in our breakdown of Jakobe Clapper, that he does. Not every athletic linebacker does look good in space. That's the question. He doesn't look like he has a feel for pass pro. He doesn't look like he has a feel for handling double moves. That may get better. It could just be an experience thing. And that ultimately, for me, Trevor, is what it comes down to, is if his issues this year are about him not being comfortable as an edge player, that's going to always be a problem to a degree. He'll improve because he'll have a better handle on how to take on certain things and how to perform certain things. He'll be a little stronger, but he'll always be just kind of a solid pass blocker, not a great one. If my assessment of that is about, like, because I'm not wrong that he's not comfortable in space in 2024. If it's about experience, and now that he has experience, he's more comfortable there, then I think he can be a really good left tackle. The problem still goes back to, but I think others can be elite. And I still think he can be elite somewhere else. But if you just take all of that out of the equation, if he can show comfort in space, which means, handling double moves, playing with the right angles, being able to anticipate certain moves from your opponent, being able to understand, like, okay, this guy's demeanor coming out of the stance means he's going to do this. I have to play at this angle, use my hands here, do this, do that. There's a lot of things that go into playing in space. If he can show a greater comfort in that regard, he's going to be a pretty solid left tackle at minimum, pretty solid at minimum. And maybe good, like pretty good as an all-around tackle. That's where he's at. Take aside who should or whatever. That's what I think Anthony Knapp could be. And if he is that, then this team is going to be really good, because that's the biggest question mark for me on offense is, can Anthony Knapp handle pass pro at left tackle like a national championship team needs a left tackle to handle pass pro? That doesn't mean he needs to be elite. Liam Eichenberg wasn't elite the way that Ronnie Stanley was. But you know what Liam Eichenberg did? He did his job every single snap of every single game. You just knew he's fine. He's not going to dominate. He's not going to have like that, wow, did you see that Ronnie Stanley-esque moment? That Mike McGlinchey-esque moment? He didn't have those in 2020. But he was as steady of a left tackle as you could ever imagine in 2012. And that's why he was an All-American. And a no-brainer All-American. I mean, I've said this before, Trev. I think Liam Eichenberg in 2020 was better than Ronnie Stanley was in 2015. I do. He gave up 0 sacks and only 1 hit on the quarterback the entire year. His last 2 years of left tackle, Liam Eichenberg only allowed 27 pressures. Anthony Knapp allowed 31 last year. Now, he also didn't step into the starting lineup until his redshirt sophomore season. I'm just giving you a numbers comparison. 27 in his last 2 years. In those last 2 years, Trev, with he had 951 pass blocking snaps. 951 snaps. He gave up 0 sacks and only 4 hits on the quarterback. Was he dominant? No, not in a physically dominant standpoint, but that's dominance of execution of your job. If Anthony Knapp can be a Liam Eichenberg type of left tackle at some point in time, then you're going to be fine, because he's a better athlete than Liam, and he's longer than Liam. And he's like lower body stronger than Liam. Liam had a couple knee injuries that kind of sapped away a little bit his lower body strength. He's pretty strong upper body. That's what I think he can be, if he can show comfort level at left tackle. If he can't, he'll be better than what he was last year, but he's still going to struggle protecting the quarterback against the better teams in the schedule. That's what it's all going to come down to, is that answer right there.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, honest evaluation of Anthony Knapp, personally, as weird as it is to say, I think the jury's still out a little bit, because we only have his true freshman season when he was an 18-year-old to go off of. Mm-hmm. If I'm going to sit here and tell everybody that in a positive light, that guys like Leonard Moore and Bryce Young, and like saying it in a positive sense, that they have their best football in front of them, then I also have to apply it to players that struggled last season as well. And that wouldn't be fair to be like, yeah, but Knapp is just who he is, and let's just
he won't get any better ever.
Yeah,
ever.
And that would be a dishonest take on him as well. For me, I think that he has a ceiling as a pass blocker.
Yeah.
And it's not as high as some of the other players coming. I mean, there's going to be a kid coming in this summer that we talked about yesterday that comes in, and I said that I think he projects as your purest left tackle prospect on the roster the second he steps foot on campus. And I think that's where a lot of the grievance comes in for Anthony Knapp, for a lot of other people. But then when you take it for what it is, Notre Dame last year wasn't losing games because of Anthony Knapp. Notre Dame lost 2 games last season, and he didn't even play in one of them. And for as bad as the team performed against Northern Illinois, I can't say that Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois solely because of Anthony Knapp. And that's why I say I think the jury's still out. I've been one of the biggest proponents, alongside a lot of people on this channel and alongside Brian and Sean and Vince and Sean Stiers, that it's like, look, he has to get better in pass protection. And that's not the same conversation we had with Bryce Young. Man, if he breaks out, he could have that impact. No, Anthony Knapp needs to get better in pass protection, especially with Riley Leonard no longer in South Bend. That's not it would be nice. That is a necessity.
Yeah.
But I'm also not in the camp of people that say he just can't.
Yep.
And so that's where I say my personal take on him. I think the jury's still out. Love him as a run blocker. Absolute necessity to improve as a pass blocker.
It was a liability in pass pro. I mean, like the good thing is he didn't give up any sacks late in the year, but that was more about Riley Leonard than it was about him. And he gave up 6 pressures against Indiana. He gave up 3 pressures against Georgia in a game where they didn't throw the ball that much. And he was struggling a little bit early against Penn State, but got knocked out. Okay, he's a freshman. How much better he's going to get? We don't know the end. We also can't assume he's going to get better at certain things just because he's a year older. Not everybody does that.
Sure.
But if he does get better there, then you're going to be okay. Because I think the O-line as a whole is going to be a lot better than it was last year, assuming there's better health. Because a big part of the struggles last year was health. They didn't have Ashton Craig anymore. They didn't have Charles Jagusah all season. I mean, they didn't have Billy Schrouth for like a third of the season last year. If you can stay healthier, you're going to be fine. Plus, Knapp, Absher, Otting, Tarek, Jagusah, Lambert, they're all a year older as well. And that's going to help them as a line also. But they just need him to be steady in pass block. I don't need Anthony Knapp to look like the second coming of Zach Martin in 2013. I don't need him to do that. I just need him to be steady. Because him steady as a pass blocker with how dominant he is as a run blocker already is pretty good when you consider what else is along the offensive line.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think the hardest part is he is one of the players that and understandably so why we didn't. I think some people on the extreme side of he's just never going to be good might have been eased a little bit if they would have seen him somewhat in the spring. But a lot of people's last recent memory of Anthony Knapp was just what he did in the regular season last year.
Right.
And I think that's tough.
I think the issue is once again, we have too many people jumping into polar extremes. So like there's people that want to act like Anthony Knapp sucks. And then Andrew Gilmore wants to jump in the chat and act like he was the Leonard Moore of the offensive line as a freshman. It's like neither of these things are helpful at all. Well, if he had the production of another freshman, we'd all be excited. First of all, what does that even mean? He was an offensive lineman. So I threw out some absurd statement like, well, 31 pressures is the equivalent of a freshman quarterback throwing like 14, 15 picks. Like, what does that even mean? Right? Like we need to be able to have an honest conversation and say the reason most people are unhappy with him at left tackle is because they watch the game and they see how often he was the reason that Riley Leonard was running for his life. So, Riley Leonard didn't throw a touchdown pass. Yeah, it's hard to throw a touchdown pass. You've got a wide open receiver on a slot fade, and the left tackle gets launched into your lap when you're throwing the football. It's like we got to be able to have an honest conversation and say, he struggled in this part of the game. He was thrust into a situation that no one thought. Joe Rudolph, the biggest supporter of Anthony Knapp, was not going into the season saying, gee, I hope Charles Jagusah gets hurt so I can throw Anthony Knapp in the starting lineup. He would have wanted Anthony Knapp to get a year of experience under his belt and then maybe have his time to throw. Put him in at the end of some games and things like that. This is what frustrates me so much is the fact that we just can't have honest conversations. People got to jump. Well, I got to defend him, which I appreciate the instinct to defend him. I truly do. But you don't need to make the same error on the defending him side that people on the criticizing side of him also make. Like he was garbage, or he'll never get better, or because I think so-and-so should be there, I'll never give him credit for something he's good at. Like I said during the season when I'm like, dude, that she should not be a left tackle. But what's part of the reason why we say that, Trev? Because I want his run blocking at center or guard. Because he's already, as a 290-pound freshman, your best run blocker when Charles Jagusah is not on the field. Like, that's the other thing is, think about what this run game is going to be like when you have Jagusah and Knapp on the field at the same time. My beef is I just think you should flip them. That's all. It's never been he shouldn't be on the field. It's, are you really putting him at his best position? That's the point. And so my issue is this, is we've jumped in these polar extremes of his performance to where I'm going to excuse every mistake that was ever made or every liability he might show as a player and to defend him. And well, he was just a freshman or whatever else. That's fine. And in past years, the beef would be different. But when you've got guys like Gerby Lambert and you've got guys like Sullivan Absher And now you've got guys like Charles Jagasaw there, and you still choose to put him there. That's going to understandably raise some ire from people. But the issue is that ire then goes to the extreme as well. And we act like he's like, I had a guy say to me, seriously, if he starts at left tackle, they're going to go 8-4 this year. What? Like, if he plays exactly the same way he did last year, doesn't get an ounce better, they're not going 8-4 this year. Yes, they don't have Riley Leonard at quarterback. What 40-point win are they going to lose last year if Anthony Knapp gives up 2 extra sacks because Riley Leonard's not the quarterback? Like, okay, you could say, well, maybe they lose this game or that game, like a game or two. Okay, I don't agree. Maybe. But you're going to lose 4 games because he's your left tackle when we just watched them go 14-1 with him. Like, those same people don't think Riley Leonard was that good. But in this case, they're going to jump on well, he was sucked at everything else, but he's great at avoiding sacks because that lets me bang on Anthony Knapp. That's the frustrating part of it. He's a really good run blocker that has to get better pass pro. He has to. He has to get a lot better pass pro. If he only shaves 10 pressures off, he only gives up 21, that's still too many. Now, if they're late pressures, I mean, it's all like anything. It depends on what type of pressures are they. If he gives up 21 pressures next year and only gives up 2 hits on the quarterback and 1 sack, it's a pretty good year. I'd get the pressures down. But overall, pretty good year. So that's the frustrating thing with Anthony Knapp, just like everything else. But it's also understandable because it's not like past years where it's like, but who are you going to put in there? You lay off the kid because he's doing his best. Who else are you going to put in there? That was true last year to a degree. But I still say, what about Jagasaw? I mean, what about Lambert? What about moving Wagner over there? What about this? What about Absher? What about this? And I think that's where some of the frustration comes. I just wish we could just not then take that and run with it to one extreme or the other. And like, I got to defend the kid, so let me jump onto an extreme on that end as well. I'm sympathetic to your desire to defend him because he does get it's gone too far with some of the criticism of Anthony Knapp. It's gone too far with some of the criticism of Joe Rogan. It's like, it's okay to say he's not doing good at this without saying dude needs to get fired. Like that's the frustration. It's like there's just these polar extremes. And I want to try to get the conversation back here, which is if he doesn't get better, then they either need to make a change at that position or they are going to struggle. But what are the odds that Anthony Knapp gets 0% better next season? If he only gets 10, 15, 20% better, that's a noticeable improvement. And kind of what you expect the guy to make from a freshman to sophomore season.
Yep.
But if he starts, they're going to go 8-4. It's like, come on, man. Like, I'm worried about Anthony Knapp if he doesn't get a lot better, costing you in the playoffs. I'm not worried about him costing you the Stanford game or the BC game or the Pitt game. It's like now we're come on. Now you're not being serious either. Just like the person acting like, he was some elite player, just people don't like Rudolph, so they're just picking on him. Like, no, I've watched games too. And it gets really frustrating. Michael Cannon said it. If they're 8-4 next year, they got way bigger problems than Anthony Knapp. 100%.
Yeah.
100%, Michael. 100%. So, like, that's where I'm at, man. It's like he was. It's a frustrating topic. It is a frustrating topic.
Sure
it's
is.
One of those ones where you just can't have it's like Steve Angeli. You couldn't have an honest conversation about Steve Angeli.
Well, yeah, it's those conversations where you just never have a right answer.
No.
That's the thing. Depending on who you're talking to, your answer is always wrong.
Yeah. Oh.
Super chat from John A1. Thank you for the super chat, John. Just want to say Christian Gray isn't a question mark for me. He had 2 rough games. In one of, he made the play of the game. He made the play of the game against Penn State. He's a dude that can improve.
Did one of us say that he was a question mark? Did you say he was a question mark?
I never said, to be clear, John, I get where you're coming from. I never said that he was a question mark. I was just saying more so the person in the secondary that we're talking about who needs the most improvement isn't the guy that was the true freshman last year.
Okay.
Yeah. So I understand the confusion there. I have the utmost confidence in Christian Gray. But after his injury, it was a little bit of this.
He's still a sophomore. He's still young.
Yeah,
Leonard Moore came in more advanced than Christian was, technically also.
Yeah.
You know, he actually made 2 plays of the game against USC. We all remember the pick 6, but let's not forget the 4th and 2 stop on the first drive of the game when USC was driving and Christian comes up and drills the receiver on a screen pass to blow up a 4th down play and get Notre Dame the ball back, and they went down and scored, went up 7-0. You know, I mean, he still should have had a pick 6 against Texas A&M on that 4th down play late in the game. But that's a 20-13 game. A&M goes down and scores. We're tied up again.
Mm-hmm.
And he breaks up a 4th down pass. When you're as good as Notre Dame was last year, somebody's going to not be great, and people like to complain. Some people like to complain. No matter what the result, some people just like to complain. And they're going to pick on the guy that doesn't play well. And Christian Gray played terrible against USC. He'll tell you that. I mean, they beat him like a drum, but what did he do when the game was on the line? He's pick 6, to John's point. It's a 4th down stop.
Oh, yeah.
He played great against Penn State. He had that one bad hold that you're just like, dude, you were in great position there. Don't do that. But then he has a great pick at the end of the game. It wasn't an easy interception. It was a bad ball, but that was not an easy interception. So, yeah, Leonard Moore would have got beat in that one-on-one by Jeremiah Smith. I'm sorry. He just
I don't put weight.
It wouldn't have been beat as bad, maybe, but he still gets beat there.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
No, he's not a question mark for me. My question where I question with Christian Gray, John, is how good will he be this year? Like, I think Christian's going to, and this is the kind of thing I'm saying about Bryce Young. Like, I think Christian's going to be good this year. But I think 26 is when Christian takes his big leap and becomes like a stud.
Yep.
I think this year he becomes more consistent this year, but he'll still have his moments where he gets grabby. He'll be more consistent this year, but he'll still have a game or two where it's like, dude, that play. But overall, he's going to be better. And we're like, he's a pretty good football player. But it's 26 where I'm like, dude, that guy might be a 1st-round draft pick too. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
My question mark is just what kind of jump does he make? Same thing with Bryce Young. Like, I don't think Bryce is going to be a bad football player. I'm just saying, I don't know that he's going to look like an All-American all the time this year like we hope he can, because he's still young and still pretty raw.
Mm.
So that's really more of like I think Boubacar Traore could eventually be a 1st-round draft pick if he can put a little bit more weight on and, you know, improve as a run defender, this, that, and the third. But it's like, but I don't know that. I don't expect him to be that this year. I expect him to be good, but I don't expect him to be like, he'll flash. It'll be the flashy of a 1st-round pick. Or a guy like Leonard Moore, like, okay, he just looks like a 1st-round pick like now, just like all the time. And he's the guy that would have been like, hey, where would he get drafted after this season if he was eligible? Like, he'd be the guy that we're going to be like, that guy's a 1st-round pick. Like, when they do that silly, if everyone was eligible for the draft thing at these different outlets, like PFF does that, they have Arch Manning as the number 1 overall pick. And I'm like, shut up. But like, if you were doing that next year, you'll see some Leonard Moore 1st-round projections if he stays healthy this season. Certainly.
Yeah.
Certainly. Christian, I think is going to be better. The question is how good. Because, like, let's not forget the first 4 games, some of the same people banging on him at the end of the year were like, he's better than Benjamin Morrison. Like, let's not forget that. You made the point, Trev. He was never quite the same after the hand injury. I don't know if the injury had anything to do with it. I'm just saying he wasn't the same guy.
I'm with you.
Well, I feel like we have gotten a very few super chats today, which we appreciate, but I feel bad.
I got
one more super chat.
No worries.
I don't mean shoot. I mean, thank you, Tyler. I appreciate you. I meant shoot as like I forgot to bring that one up. I apologize.
Another super chat from Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. Brian, I love the Morrison video you posted on X. I promise you, I had something in my eye, and I believe he is the perfect place with the Bucks.
Yeah, that was a Notre Dame video. Did you watch that, Trev? That was
sure
awesome.
Did.
That was so good. That was so good. You meet us, you listen to his family, and you're like, we have heard this from people. Like, I've heard this from different sources. Like, you meet his family, you understand why Benjamin is the way that he is. And you just love that support system, and it just was an awesome story. But it's one of those ones where you're like, you're happy for him, but you're also kind of like, man, I still would have seen just one more year. It's like just the selfishness, but it's such a great situation because he did so much to get himself in position to be a high draft pick, and to see something like that happen, you feel for him. But then it still works out though, because as Tyler's saying, I think he's, again, I don't follow the NFL super closely, obviously, done some research on this particular fit, but I'm rooting for the kid, and I think he's going to a good spot. It's just going to be about, can he stay healthy? Can he get back to being the guy he was before the injury? That's going to be the big question. And then practically, he still also has to get stronger. And I'm curious how this time of recovery and the rehab, is that something that sometimes can lead to a guy making a necessary strength jump? That's going to be a big thing. Benjamin's got to get functionally stronger at the point of attack. And if he can do that and get back to being fully healthy, he's a good football player. I've seen guys that aren't as good as him at cornerback go to the NFL and be good football players. So, yeah, I hope he does well. I really do. Like, I'm sitting there thinking, like, in the second round, I was like, dude, if the Broncos draft Benjamin or Xavier, I might have to recommit to being a Bronco fan. I was seriously thinking that. So, yeah.
No, I get that. I have a lot of appreciation for what Morrison did on the field, obviously, and also just I think he changed the trajectory of what it meant to be a DB at Notre Dame. Cam Hart, I would put in that too. I mean, I've said this before. Nick Saban talked about how wide receiver recruiting at Alabama changed when they got Julio Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think Ben Morrison could have that similar impact at Notre Dame. I really do. I really do.
John A. once said, I agree, Brian, but he's an NFL talent and he's productive. John, I feel like when you say, but he's an NFL talent, I feel like you're kind of saying that we're saying he's not. And I have literally never said that. If anything, I've said the opposite. I absolutely think he's an NFL talent. So perhaps we're just having some crossed up signals right now, but I absolutely think he's an NFL talent.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he's NFL ready right now, because I think there's still a lot of technical things in his game that need work. And I think he gets better this year. But what I'm saying is that NFL talent we're talking about, it has to be consistent. Part of the reason that Benjamin Morrison was so respected by other coaches and scouts is like, you just kind of knew what you were going to get from him almost there. Everybody has a game here, a game there, but you just kind of knew what you're going to get from Benjamin Morrison every week, every snap. Christian's got to get there, but just so we're clear, I've never said Christian Gray's not an NFL talent. But just like I think Bryce Young has first-round talent, that doesn't mean he's going to be a first-round player this season. Some guys takes a while to get to that. Some guys do it the minute, like the kid from South Carolina, you're like, that guy's playing like a first-round pick now.
Yeah.
Like some guys are that way. Jeremiah Smith played like a first-round pick the day he showed up. Cam Williams may eventually become that, but it's not going to be year one, maybe never. But it doesn't mean that they don't have the talent. So, I mean, I'm definitely not saying that Christian Gray doesn't have NFL talent. Just want to make sure we're on the same page on that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Another super chat from Swan. Who and also what position on defense will be the biggest question mark going into the season?
Biggest question going in the season. I think the biggest question going in the season is still health along the D line. Can they stay healthy? That's, where's Patelho at? Where is Boubacar at? Where's Logan Thomas? You had 3 guys banged up at defensive end at the end of the season, all at Viper. And that was a bit of a concern last year. I think the D line is probably still my biggest question. If I had to pick one, just because the linebacker room is arguably the deepest in college football. I don't know if it's like the best, meaning like your 2 starters are better than so-and-so. Your secondary is arguably the best. So you got to pick something's got to be third, right? I mean, it's like, So I still think that's the question because we have more proven production at Notre Dame at linebacker and in the secondary than what we have at defensive line. So I guess I'd have to go with that as far as like a position group. But I think the big thing for me is I need to see that Gabriel Rubio can stay healthy and play for an entire year. I need to see that Jason Onye can do that. There's a lot of those question marks that I have at D tackle. I love what I saw this spring, but I'm still in okay, now that when we get to fall, I still need you to show me that you can be this guy more consistently. That's going to be a big part of it.
Yeah, big picture for me, because I echo everything that you say about the defensive line. Big picture for me is just what will the rotations start to look like? Will they start to take shape? We talk about how loaded all of these rooms are. Notre Dame can't play 5 safeties.
Not once.
That's just – and even from a rotation standpoint, what will that start to look like? Notre Dame has a lot of talent.
One of them would have to be nickel. One of them have to be a nickel. It's
which
hard to play
still
5 at those 2 safety spots.
Sure. Which then still begs the question, okay, then what's the nickel rotation going to look like? Because you brought in Devontae Smith and you have Carson Hobbs and Ben Minnick playing that position. Do you add a 4th guy into that mix with a safety from that room already? What will the linebacker pecking order be? We still don't really have a clear-cut idea of who the will linebacker is going to be. That was one thing that I was kind of hoping to see from the spring. So, but all of these questions I say in a good light. Like it's a spoil of riches type of questions. When I say who's going to be the will, it's not, oh gosh, like who's it going to be? It's, man, who's it going to be? So that's how I look at this defense. Those are the questions that I have, along with what Brian said about the D-line. Aiden Benami with a 2-parter. Thoughts on Trey Taylor's move and hat throwing yesterday? How does a parent allow their kid to do that? Pretty disrespectful and unnecessary, to be honest. He did say sorry, and his dad replied as well. Respect what his dad said.
You guys are we're talking about a kid who's a junior in high school. No, sophomore in high school. And because he's a 27 kid, so he's going into his junior season next year because he has 2 more years of high school left. And we're putting him on these platforms and we're saying, act like adults. And sometimes these kids do things that are immature. I don't know that Trey Taylor's old enough to drive yet. Yeah, he made an immature decision. And you know what? He's going to get fathered up and learn from it. And that's how I look at it. It's immature. I don't like it, but it's an immature person literally in life. If I was put on that kind of pedestal as a 15-year-old, 16-year-old student athlete, I promise you, and I had social media, I promise you I would have gotten myself in a lot more trouble. But like that's what parenting is all about. And it's not about dad allowing it to happen. Sometimes you just like, look, this is what he chose to do, and you learn from it. I would hope that his father would say, hey, listen, son, like these schools recruited you and they put a lot of time. You don't disrespect them like that. I've never been a big fan of that. Put a hat on, put it down. Guys have done that to pick Notre Dame. I don't love it, but there's a right and a wrong way to do it. When you toss a hat, okay. But again, he's a kid who did something immature. He'll learn from it. And like you said, he said sorry. So a lot of us would have been done something probably similar when we were 15, 16 years old. And we kept telling all these people, telling us how great we were. So it's a life lesson that Trey will learn from. I didn't like it, but I'm also not like losing my mind over it. And like, I'll never root for Trey Taylor ever. Got to grow up a little bit, kid, just like I needed to grow up when I was your age. I did immature things and said immature things back then as well. It's just nobody cared because I was I wasn't a Trey Taylor type of football player or talent. And there was no social media. Thank God. There was no social media when I was in high school. So yeah, I did see that. I wish him well at Nebraska. It's a good pick for him. It's a good pick for him. Did you have any thoughts on that, Trev?
I just overarching, I've never loved the whole spectacle committing to a school is now. It is what it is. Have your moment. I'm sympathetic to that, but it's you put on 5 different hats, you take them all off, and then you take off your hoodie, and then you take off the T-shirt, and then it's you not commit to any of them, and then the lights in the gymnasium go out, and then like all of your family members are there, all rocking the school's gear that you're going to go to. You got to have your money. This isn't specific to Trey Taylor. This is just in general. If you got to do what you got to do, then do it. But I echo all the same things you said about that. I mean, gosh, if people are this bent out of shape about, not saying that you are, Iden, but if some people are this bent out of shape about tossing a hat, I would not have had a lot of friends when I was 15.
Yeah.
So.
All right, let's go to this one from Christopher Galloway.
Brian, if you had to pick any coach from the past to coach this team with the condition that he had never been a Notre Dame coach, who would you pick and why?
Oh, my God. Like any head coach? Are you taking that as head coach, Trev? Are you reading that as head coach? If I could have any, I mean, I'll go here. I would love to see CJ Carr run a Steve Spurrier offense. I just would. That'd be a lot of fun, dude. Watching CJ Carr and a Steve Spurrier offense would have been a lot of fun, yes. And Spurrier had some pretty good defenses a few years. He had Bob Stoops as his defensive coordinator for a while there. So, yeah, Steve Spurrier. I was a big Steve Spurrier fan. And again, he has a little bit of ego, and I think that kind of I liked that. I mean, think about who my favorite players were growing up and my favorite teams. I was a Larry Bird fan, huge trash talker. John Elway fan, very big ego. I was a fan of the Fab Five. Enough said on that. I mean, it's like I kind of had a little bit of that in me, and so I think that's partly why I like Steve Spurrier, because I'm like, dude, that guy's got some attitude. He says things that every other coach wishes they had the guts to say. And but man, he was a genius coach. I mean, South Carolina all of a sudden becomes like an SEC East title contender like every year under Steve Spurrier. It's just like, what did they have, like 3 years in a row, Trev, where they won like 11 games, I believe. It's something crazy like that. Let me look that up. But when you can win at South Carolina, you can win at Notre Dame, in my opinion. So, they went 11-2, 11-2, 11-2, finished 3 years in the top 10, and 11, 12, and 13 at South Carolina. So he's also an example of why SEC fans are nuts, because he has one down year and then a year later he's fired. It's just like, it's ridiculous.
I get that. Yeah, I get that. Kevin Carter, it's a great day seeing a linebacker from Cincy commit to Notre Dame with both Ohio State and Michigan offering. That being said, was this a guy they were chasing, or did he just have offers from them?
I don't believe Ohio State was pursuing him heavily. And at any point, and I don't know that Michigan was still recruiting him heavily, because he didn't express a lot of interest in them, and they have some other guys on the board as well. So I don't know. I don't chalk this up as a win over Ohio State and Michigan. He had offers from Tennessee, Penn State, Oregon. Like, he had an impressive offer list. There was something these teams saw, but again, this is a kid that didn't really engage the recruiting process like other kids did. And so some teams just kind of moved on because of that. So it's a big win. It's a big get. It's an important get, but it's not one where I'm like, suck it, Ohio State and Michigan. Like, it wasn't that kind of recruitment with those schools.
Fair.
Like, if you get Javon Osborne tomorrow, that's a suck at Michigan moment, because like they wanted him. This one's not that. It's always okay to say that to Michigan, but it's just not accurate this time. That's my point. I'll never discourage you from saying that to Michigan or Ohio State ever.
No. Andre Tonsel, do you believe that Notre Dame needs to recruit better in these states, Louisiana, Georgia, and Ohio?
Ohio, yes. Georgia, yes. I think they're doing better in Georgia. They've got a commitment from a player in Georgia already in this class. There's another defensive end that they're really working hard to get in the 26 class as well. Dre Quinn, Bubba Frazier is obviously from the state of Georgia. So they're certainly doing better in the state. There's no doubt about that. Could they have more success? Sure. I mean, it'd be nice, but let's not forget that in the state of Georgia, there's a team in that state that just literally recently won back-to-back national titles like 3 years ago. So it's like it's going to be hard to go into their state and take the best players out of there that they want. But, Jonas Walton's a guy from Georgia that the staff is really pushing hard for. They really like him. Already mentioned Bubba Frazier. There's some guys down there that they've tried to recruit. There's also, the reality that Ohio is going to be like that as well. It's going to be a challenge to consistently get the best players out of Ohio in the modern reality of Ohio State being a national power. When Lou Holtz was going against Ohio in the 1980s and 90s, number one, there was more of that Catholic school to Catholic school attraction than there is now. Like a lot of private schools, like not everybody that plays for a Catholic school now is Catholic. There was more of that back then where they were also Catholic. But Ohio State in the 80s and 90s, it had been a long time since they won a title. I think 70 was their last title. And so you're a long ways away, where Notre Dame had won multiple titles since, like they had won 3 national titles since Ohio State's last title under Woody Hayes. This is a different dynamic now than it was then. But, go out and win a title, and all of a sudden you start winning some of those battles.
Yeah.
Louisiana's an interesting one. That's not a state that I think they need to recruit better. They need to always be choosy about who they get out of there. They've got some kids out of there. Jerry Tillery was obviously from there. Jaden Osbury is a player from there. But it's a state where you're going to have to be real selective about what schools you go after in Louisiana. I mean, they tried with the Blaine Bradford kid, they tried hard to get him. He just no interest at all. So it's a state that I would strategically attack. It would not be a base state for me. Georgia and Ohio would be, and they're trying to do so. They've had success in Georgia in recent years. I mean, obviously Kyle Hamilton, Derek Allen, Tommy Trumbull, they've gone and got some kids from the state. Just like to see it a little bit more. But I'll tell you one thing that helps: beating Georgia. Yeah, that certainly helps.
Skylar ND, rate each Notre Dame position group using the following rating: national championship level, playoff, Final Four level, playoff level, or non-playoff level.
All right, let's go quarterback. You go first. I'll go second.
Playoff. I would go playoff, Final Four level right now.
I'd probably go playoff level right now with the potential for that. Running back.
National championship level.
Agree. Receiver.
Playoff level.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a guy at receiver who literally went out and had back-to-back 100-yard games in the semis and the championship game. You had another receiver on your roster who had a pretty good first 2 rounds of the playoffs. I mean, you have 2 guys at receiver that played really well in the playoffs last year, in Jordan Faison and Jaden Greathouse. And then you're adding Malachi and Will Pauling. So I certainly think it's playoff level. The question is going to be, is it that next level? That's the bigger question. Tight end.
Non-playoff level. If we can only pick one, but that was my understanding, or can we rate multiple groups in the same?
What do you mean?
Like, can I put wide receivers and tight ends in playoff
If you
level?
want, go for it. Yeah.
I would say they fall somewhere in between playoff level and non-playoff level for me. Biggest question that I have with them is just health.
Yeah.
Because behind that, it's a lot of inexperience. So
yeah,
they fall somewhere in between there for me.
If healthy, tight ends playoff level, but I think you have to be able to say if that's one of the few positions where if Eli Raridan goes down, there's a drop off.
Mm-hmm.
O-line.
Playoff level as of right now, but have the ability to really ascend.
I think it's national championship level right now. I mean, they got to that level last year without being 100%. And then just like looking around college football, I think their talent level, I think their depth, I think the experience now is, I think, championship level. I do. D-line.
Playoff level.
Yeah. It's got national championship talent, but I have way more question marks about the D-line playing to that level than I do the O-line.
Yeah.
So I'm with you on that. Linebacker.
National championship level.
Secondary.
National championship level.
So we both agree that running back, linebacker, and DB are national championship level.
Mm-hmm.
And the only position you had as non-playoff level would be tight ends individually.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good.
And yeah.
Pretty good.
John A1, which 3-loss team has a better chance to make a title run with the following additions? 05 with Khalid Kareem and Jeremiah Love, 2017 with Deshaun Kaiser and Will Fuller, or 22 with Brady Quinn and Jeff Samardzija?
Oh, man. Can we give Brady and Jeff to the 2014, please? That'd be so much fun. 05 with Khalid Kareem and Jeremiah Love is the pick for me. I don't know that Deshaun Kaiser is my answer to winning a championship in 2017. They'd have the best roster in college football, arguably, but I just don't. There's nothing about Deshaun Kaiser that screams winner to me. And that might be harsh, but that's a guy with his talent should not flame out of the league that quickly if he had the leadership tools and the work ethic of a winner. Can we be honest about that?
My only pushback is he went to the Browns.
So did Baker Mayfield, and he's doing well. Like but
that's the exception.
I'm talking about out of the league. I mean, Brady Quinn even hung around in the NFL for years after going to the Browns. He's out of the league within 3 years. No, in an era where they will overdraft quarterbacks like Zach Wilson and Trey Lance, nobody's willing to give Deshaun Kaiser a chance. Nobody. There's a reason for that. Because the Packers had him for a year too and cut him and didn't bring him back. You know, and that was, I believe, because the coach coached him for a year in college. Matt LaFleur had him for a year in college. So they kept him for like what, a year? Let me go look at Deshaun Kaiser. So I get the Browns thing, and I think the Browns are a much better organization now than they were then. But like, he was out of the league in 4 years. He was only at the Browns for 1 year. They cut him in 1 year. Packers cut him in 1 year. He spent a year with the Raiders. They cut him. He spent a year with he was a practice squad with the Titans. And it was out of 5 years. He was out of the league in 5 years. There's a reason for that. That goes beyond just he was drafted by the Browns. It's the same issues he had at Notre Dame. There's a reason for that. With his ability, somebody's going to give you a chance to be a backup quarterback. There's nothing about him that screams winner. 22 with Quinn and Samardzija. Oh boy, you'd have had the Audric Estime, Logan Diggs group. The O-line got better by the end of the year. I can say this, Trev, that maybe they still lose to Ohio State because the O-line issues. They don't lose to Marshall. They don't lose to Stanford. So then you're sitting there at the end of the year. You're not losing to USC with those two. You win a shootout in that game. And, you know, I think that team, could they beat Georgia? That's asking a lot. That Georgia team was really good. And Notre Dame still had some deficiencies in certain areas. But I would have liked to have seen that offensive line with Harry Heastan with Brady Quinn and Jeff Samardzija. I'd have liked to see that. That'd have been fun to watch. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm in between.
But 05 is my ultimate pick. 05 is my ultimate pick.
I'm in between 22 and 05. It's tough because in both of those years, you have 2 first-year college head coaches. But I'd give the edge to Weiss because he has that experience in like winning Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. I mean, that
team overall was really veteran.
Yeah, at 22, you also had your first-year defensive coordinator without Golden. That defense wasn't what it was in 23 and 24, but it was still good.
And he's not giving you an elite defensive player to kind of
Mhm.
overcome some of those. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably go 05. Yeah.
If you throw Brady Quinn into the conversation, I'm going to have to think twice about it. I have to. But I Khalid Kareem and Jeremiah Love on 05 would have been fun to watch. That would have been a lot of fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. This is a fun one from John A1.
Make a wish. In each position group, pick one player who's not a star that becomes a star in 2025.
Quarterback, CJ Carr.
Mm-hmm.
Running back, I'm going to go Keedron Young.
Yep.
Wide receiver, I'm going to go Malachi Fields. I just think the nature of the Denbrock offense, if you have a star boundary receiver, it does something for you. I'm going to go receiver tight end per your thing earlier. So if you want to pick a tight end there, because I'll go Malachi. Who's your pick at receiver?
Cam Williams.
Ooh,
my only push. I don't disagree with Malachi Fields.
Yeah.
My argument is just I feel like he's already kind of a star. Like he's getting a lot of it. He's getting a lot of attention. That was my only.
I gotcha. I don't think he's a star yet, but if you grant that, then that's fair. And I think Cam goes back to the conversation you and I had a month or so ago. A breakout from Cam Williams has more of an impact on this team than some other guys because of the speed.
Yeah,
I like that one. That one.
Then also thinking down the road too, like, I mean, he has to come back in 26.
Yeah.
And that could be.
Yep. O-line. Say it.
Anthony Knapp.
Yep. Say mine. If your left tackle becomes a star, you've already got Schrouth. If he just is who he is, Craig, Jagasol, Wagner. If Knapp becomes a star, it's Joe Moore award-winning offensive line. Dead serious. Like, not even hyperbole. If he's even in the conversation of being a star, that's accurate.
Mm-hmm.
D-line.
Right, Joe.
I'm going to go Boubacar.
I like that.
Linebacker.
Gosh. How do you not pick Drake?
I thought you were going to say Kingston, and Drake was going to be my pick too.
Yeah. I just thinking about it, man. I just when the leader and core of your defense is also like the star, you know what I mean? Like that's just so hard to turn down. Because then I think about how elite the 2012 defense played when their middle linebacker was a star.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah.
Sorry, my dogs are both there sleeping. It's the most adorable thing ever. So I had to take a picture of it and send it to Angela. Let's go corner.
I mean,
Christian Gray for me.
Yeah,
if he becomes a star, you've got two. Because I think Leonard Moore's a star already.
Yep.
You agree? Okay, yeah. It's only one other choice for me. I don't need a backup to just let Christian become a star.
Actually, hear me out on this.
Okay,
I'm going to say Devontae Smith because
I'll grant you that as even an option because he is a nickel that is a corner, not a nickel that is a safety. I'd have rejected you if you'd have told me that with Jordan Clark or Thomas Harper. I will grant you that as an option with Devontae Smith.
Yep.
And now explain why.
Yeah, ration out. Leonard Moore's already a star.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Christian Gray, he's already making star caliber plays.
Okay.
So
like he's already a good player. You're saying you can live with him just being a good player, but if you add a star nickel, okay, that's fair.
Yeah, like I can live with Christian Gray giving up a holding penalty from time to time if some of those are going to result in 98-yard pick sixes and breakups on fourth down and game-ending interceptions. But Devontae Smith becoming that gives you a three-headed monster at cornerback where it's like, okay, we can't attack the perimeters. We can't really attack anything underneath either. So Devontae Smith for that would be really interesting.
I'm very sympathetic to your argument because my argument for Christian Gray is the same thing you said, but flipped. Yeah. I think if Devontae Smith is as good as he was at corner, at nickel last year, and Christian Gray becomes a star, I feel the same exact way.
Yeah.
I just think your outside corner is going to play more than your nickel.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
But to your point, Christian Gray already is at kind of a higher level than people give him credit for, which is what John was saying earlier as well. Safety.
Whoever starts alongside of Don.
Yeah. Pick one. Got to pick one. I'll give you mine if you still got to think about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know who mine is. It's Jadon Blair.
Yeah.
Him or my number 2 would be Bronte. Bronte Johnson would be my number 2. Yeah. That'd be mine.
Yeah.
What say you?
Yeah, mine was between Jadon or Talich because I just love their size.
Yeah. Luke's going to be a good player this year.
Yeah, because part of my thinking was like, look, man, if Luke Talich is able to beat out 2 players who arguably have higher ceilings than him, that means that he's playing at an elite level.
So we were asked earlier about 2017 and Drew Tranquil and all of that. Could you imagine? You know where Drew Tranquil starting in Mike Elko's defense, right?
Yeah, Rover.
He's the Rover. Like he's a more athletic version, in my opinion, of the Brown kid that he had at Wake. He'd have been a dude at Rover for Mike, because that was more of actually a hybrid position. Where at Notre Dame it eventually became like a linebacker with with the guys they had. But man, Luke Talich playing Rover for Mike Elko would have been fun to watch.
Yeah.
Really fun to watch. Kicker, punter, I'm going with Eric Schmidt. And then return game, I'm going Dallas Golden. That's my pick. So I'm going all over. Good stuff, John.
There. Yeah, that's a good question. Travis
trying
Patterson.
To get me in trouble. This is just he's trying to get me in trouble. And he knows it too. That's the best part about it.
Trigger warning for the misses. You're forced to have Van Gorder as the defensive coordinator. How do you compete for the title, fire him? How do you nullify the Van Gorder effect, fire him?
You're forced to have him as your DC. Okay. Here's a couple things you do. I'm going to be honest with you. Number one is your head coach has to be heavily involved with how he goes about his business every day. Your head coach has to be more involved in the game. I mean, I'm being serious. I'm giving you a real answer.
Yeah.
You have to hire him, so you can't fire him. Your head coach, who's a former coordinator, is basically ingratiates himself into the defense. I'm going to have a role in making sure the game plans are sound. I'm going to nick some of the blitz things you think you're going to do. Like I'm going to be like, hold on a second. On that blitz you just brought up on third down, do you have Jerron Jones dropping into the hook curl zone? Yeah, coach, we do. Yeah, you're not running that. You're not running that. Get it out. That's actually a blitz that he did. Remember that against Michigan State? He dropped Jerron Jones into coverage. Like I think it's that. It's you make sure he doesn't go down those things. You make sure, hey man, you're not going to talk to people that way. You're not going to talk to players that way. You're not going to tell a player who messes up, this is why your girlfriend's out cheating on you. True story. I was told that by a player that he said that by 2 different players, told me he said that to a player during practice. Marcus Freeman would not allow that type of thing to happen. So it's you harness him in a little bit, and then you get a competent guy. And then you say, Coach Denbrock, we got to score a lot. That's what you have to do. Yep. But to a degree, he's got the kind of talent. You know, like the structure would be Mike Mickens is responsible for our coverage structure, like he was at Notre Dame the last 2 years in a lot of ways. So there are things you could, if you are a competent head coach who's around, there are things you can certainly do in that regard to kind of keep him from being as destructive to your program as what he was at Notre Dame. But when your head coach is never around and doesn't involve himself in those type of things, it becomes a much bigger problem than even it should have been. So I'm so glad my wife's out of town and not watching this show, Travis, because she would say, I can't believe you entertained that question. So Travis trying to get me in trouble. My wife met Brian Van Gorder. They do this football 101 thing. They used to. I wish they'd bring it back. She had so much fun at it, but it's a football 101. It's the women come to it and they learn football. They get in the film room. They talk football. They do chalk talks. They go out and do drills. Like
that's cool.
That's how my wife met Malik. Because he was working with her, and he gave her like some gloves, and like they would teach him how to tackle, and they would go tackle bags, like tackling dummies. They would like work on form tackling and stuff like that. And most of the coaches were like real respectful about it. They would like talk football with them and try to teach them stuff. He gets in there and just starts like making like these really like misogynistic, like this. And my wife's a former athlete. Like she was a really good soccer player in high school. She'd play in soccer leagues when we first got married. Like she's real competitive. Like she's not some, brittle flower that you just got to, you just talk girl stuff to, like she's an athlete. And he starts saying these like real misogynistic things and just like treating it like it's a joke. And she's like, dude, I'm here to try to learn football. Cause like for her, she wanted to be able to talk to me about football in certain ways. And she enjoys the sport now. And he was just a real a-hole about it. And she's not like me. I mean, she usually like looks for the best in people. She goes, hey, who's the guy? She starts describing big old ugly goatee. And I think he coaches defense. And I'm like, is it this guy? I showed her my phone. She goes, yeah, I can't stand that guy. And she starts going off. So I bring his name up now and she gets all fired up. But there's a reason for it. It's not because he was a bad D coordinator. He was a jerk. It's just simple as that. He was not a good person, in my opinion. And could share a lot of stories with you on that, but I'm going to move on.
It's a tough look, man. You can't be both. Can't be a bad coordinator and a bad person.
I mean,
we
say this all the time. If you're going to be a coach, if you're going to be an a-hole, you better be really good at your job. You can't be both. But hey, it's good enough for him to get 3 years at Notre Dame under Brian Kelly.
Domer Grizz, happy Friday. Which position group needs the most work this summer to arrive best prepared for camp in August?
I'd still say probably receiver or O-line. Just in the O-line, I say that simply because they had so little experience. Actually, they had no experience in the spring together as what we expected the starting offensive line to be. Knapp didn't do anything until late in spring, and then we saw nothing from Ashton Craig. So, like, they have literally taken 0 snaps with what we anticipate being the starting offensive line.
Yeah.
That's going to take time and work to get on the same page. And so that's why I'd probably go I'd probably go offensive line to get prepared for fall camp. They need the most time together because they haven't had that time together. Receiver, we haven't seen a snap with this project starting offense receiving unit, but that's fine. It's like, your route, your route. Like you don't need Malachi doesn't need to know his route for you to know your route. Like more so the offensive line. It's like, hey, we're working together. We're combo blocking. We're doing this. We're doing that. Him doing his job better does more affect you doing your job much more so than any position. So I'm going to go offensive line.
I'm in the same boat. Domer Grizz, what was the coolest venue you ever played in and the coolest venue you ever coached in? If there's time, what's the worst venue for each?
Coolest venue I ever played in. So my sophomore year, we played against, when I was at Salisbury, we played against Frostburg State inside Raven Stadium.
That's cool.
And we went down and scored in the fourth quarter. They drove down and they missed a field goal, but we jumped off sides. And so then they got another shot at it and kicked the field goal. So we get the ball back with a couple minutes left. I hit some passes. We get down into field goal range. And my roommate, the kicker, lines up probably like a 40-yard field goal. We're down 23-22 in NFL Stadium. And he kicks it. It looked like the kick that Noah Burnett had in the blue gold game, but it was about 20 more feet to the left. It wasn't close. But I remember a play in that game. I drop back and I'm rolling right. I have to find this film and show it to you one of these days, Trev. And I throw a bomb. I think it was Jimmy Taylor. Jimmy Taylor's running up the right sideline. And I get drilled. And I'm laying on the ground. And I'm going like this, waiting to see which sideline goes nuts or cheers. And I see our sideline go crazy. Like, okay, got it. All right, cool. I didn't see it. I got hit right in the chin too, boy. But yeah, that was I think one of my best college games ever as quarterback. My best came against Wesley, but yeah, that was a heartbreaker, man, because that's our rival in his last game of the year. But that was inside NFL Stadium, which was pretty cool.
That's cool.
Coolest venue I ever coached in. I don't know that there was ever. Okay, we what's it? Foreman Field? No, not Foreman Field. Franklin Field, where the Eagles used to play. Didn't the Eagles used to play at Franklin Field? It's like a really old stadium, but I think that's the Eagles. I think they used to play there. Penn plays there now, but I could have swore the Eagles used to play there. Yes, it's a home of the Philadelphia Eagles from 58 to 70. Hosted the NFL championship game in 1960. I coached in that stadium when I was at Duquesne. We played against Penn, and it was cool. It wasn't a joy. A, they kicked our butt, and B, it was super high and really like old, and like I think we're gonna fall through this floor, But like it was really cool to be there because you think about like, dude, there's been some NFL football games played in the stadium and all that type of stuff, and so that was cool. Probably the coolest venue I ever coached in. But favorite venue is when I went back to my alma mater and coached against them in the playoffs and walked away with a victory. So that was pretty awesome. Worst venue, I mean, dude, pick a D3 stadium that I played in and you're fine. I mean, that would be it. And worst, I mean, honestly, the worst venue I coached in was probably Duquesne's home field. It was terrible. Absolutely. They had bleachers they brought in for the season was the home sideline. The opposing people had some they brought in bleachers. They'd sit on stone, and then we had a building here and then a dorm down there. It was just, It's like I've been at places with better practice facilities than what we had for a home field when I was at Duquesne. So that'd be mine.
Good deal.
Yep. Did you ever play anywhere cool in high school? Like state title games or semis or anything like that?
Good Lord,
Just
no, our
locally?
high school team was so terrible, dude.
My bad.
No, it's okay. I will say this. I went to a Notre Dame football camp in the summer of 2012, and they let us like throw routes on air and stuff in the stadium. So I didn't play, but that was my first time like being able to like walk into the stadium and like you just realize like how high up it is when you're down at like field level. That was pretty sweet. I've
thrown at the Big House. I've never thrown on Notre Dame Stadium.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Austin Carr with a two-parter. Coaching seems to be more of an intangible trait to a team than a physical one. Last year, Coach Freeman had times where people were murmuring if he had what it takes to be the coach at Notre Dame. But the year being viewed as one of the best in the country. Can you provide one or two specific examples, in-game or otherwise, of good coaching decisions and one or two specific examples?
Is he asking about Notre Dame?
I think so, like about Marcus Freeman last season.
Yeah. So, I mean, coaching decisions that I think are impactful are there's the obvious ones like, going for it on fourth down, certain fakes. Like I've always felt going for it on fourth down in clutch situations and doing it with conviction is a really good coaching move because sometimes it doesn't even work out, but I think it does work out. Like when Notre Dame got stopped, they went for it twice against A&M, got stopped the second time. But I think that sent a message to your team. It's not just about the call. Part of a call can be the message you're sending. It's like you talk about like fakes and reverses, and it's like, it wasn't that it was a bad call, but what's the message it sent to your team or that team of that call? And so I think like the fourth downs against A&M were good because they were like, hey, they let his team know, like, I have faith in you. I have full confidence in you to go out there and win this football game and make this stop and make this play. So I think that was an example of one. If you're talking about like in-game coaching decisions, but the other part of it too, Trev, is so much of coaching. We talk so much about in-game decisions. And you think of the fake punt call against Georgia, which was super gutsy to make. I mean, if they don't jump off, let's say, they jumped off sides, but with that crew, who's to say that they would have called it? Like it's not a given they would have called it. And all of a sudden you throw an incomplete pass at your own like 20-something yard line, and all of a sudden now they're back in the game. And like that was a gutsy decision. Yeah, that's big, But I still say the most important, impactful parts of being a coach is more so about what you do Monday to Friday in your preparation. Like, if you don't do that well, it doesn't matter what if Marcus Freeman did not do a good job of preparing his team to battle in Texas from Monday to Friday, it doesn't matter that he gives you the rah-rah speech before the game or he gets fired up. It wouldn't have mattered. It would have lasted about 2 minutes. And by the time they got out of the tunnel and saw what was out there, it wouldn't have mattered. There's a video I saw yesterday, and I think it was, did Michigan wear all white against Ohio State this year when they played?
I don't.
I think it was the one from 2022. I'm going to look this up. I can't remember. But there's this video going around that I saw yesterday that it might have been from this year, but it's the Michigan players going through this long tunnel to come out against Ohio State.
Yeah.
You saw that?
Uh-huh.
And then they run out they run out, and you could just see in the Michigan players a supreme confidence that was not going to be shaken by, oh my gosh, there's a lot of people here. If you're not prepared for that moment beforehand, there's nothing I can say to you in that moment that's going to somehow flip the switch. So we always think about the great locker room speech that Lou Holtz gave in 1988. You know, the save Jimmy Johnson's butt for me. But the reality is that does nothing for that team if they weren't prepared to just come out and just in that game with what they did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That is, in the decisions you make then are, what's our emphasis this week? Are we going to be really tight? Are we going to be really loose? How loose? How much do we do this? How do we do that? Is it time to back off of them a little bit? Is it time to ramp it up a little bit? Like, what are our needs for our team emotionally, technically, and all those type of things in the week of practice? And I still say those things matter way more than in-game decisions.
Oh, yeah.
But in-game decisions still matter, and I think those things are – you saw Marcus Freeman get better at that this year, especially later in the year. I think there were some times early in the season where you were still seeing some of those not really sure what you're doing. But by the end of the year, he had really found a sweet spot with that type of stuff where it's like, look, we're going to be ready to go make this play, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do about it. But I think his fourth down calls this year, like not the fake punt kick against Georgia Tech up 3 scores or the one against USC was kind of gutsy.
Yeah.
But it's fine to do it then when you know you're better. When you do that in the Sugar Bowl, like that was like, okay, this guy, this guy has what is he telling his team? I have full confidence in you. I know you're better than this team, and this is what we're going to do. That's what it tells me.
That was Pat Coogan's best play of the season. He snapped it when he saw Jalen Walker jump off sides. Like, legit, I'm not saying that to be hyperbolic. I'm legit. In years past, there's multiple centers that have gone through that will not snap the ball when
so frustrating, dude.
So I say that to be serious. The only thing that I have to add to what you said, Brian, because I agree with everything, is Marcus Freeman is hiring coaches at a very elite level as well. He's surrounding himself with the right people around him. That is another tool that you use to evaluate how well a head coach is doing. Because there's some head coaches that have gone to certain places and they don't perform or they don't do as well because of the decisions they make on who they hire. Yeah. I mean, going out and getting Mike Denbrock, pulling him from LSU after he signed an extension was huge. Doing everything that he did with Mike Mickens, huge. Promoting Max Bola, huge. Bringing in Mike Brown, changed the state of the room for the wide receivers in 2024. So that's another thing, too, that I would look to as being viewed as one of the best in the country. It's who you continue to surround yourself with.
Well, in speaking along those lines, Trev, I think that coaches knowing when to go to a certain play is a big part of being a great coach as well. And I'm going to give you a couple examples. One was anti-Notre Dame. Notre Dame had that game against Arizona State in 2014 where they had that great comeback. And on that very next drive, they ran a wheel route where they got Sheldon Day in coverage and beat it for a big play that ended up leading to a touchdown that basically put the game away. And I remember talking to Chip Long about that, and he was like, dude, we had that in our back pocket the entire game. We didn't know if we were going to need it or not, because we just knew if we got into this formation that we were going to get one of your linemen. They didn't know it was going to be Sheldon Day, but they knew we were going to get one of your linemen in coverage against our running back, and we knew we had that play if we needed to get there. And that's part of, like, that's great play calling. And you know, when you look at like Notre Dame this year, I think too, one of the pivotal moments of the season was early fourth quarter of the Louisville game.
Yeah.
And you had two calls in that sequence where you'd been kind of playing it conservative, and you've been getting into these third and fourth down situations where you're basically doing routes to the sticks. You know, you're doing pivot routes. Remember, they had the early fourth down conversion on the out cut to I think it was Jaden Thomas. Like, you're a quick game team. So what does Mike Denbrock do in that moment? Their defense is ramped up. They're coming. What does he do? He runs a motion and basically gives you that quick fake, but then he runs Jaden Harrison on a slot fade, wide open. It's a great play call. He knew what they were going to do in that moment, and he said, hey, we're going to do this in return. And then, of course, the end that drive is the throwback screen for the touchdown. Like, they had those in their back pocket if they needed them. Because also part of being a smart coach is saying, if I don't need to show this, I'm not going to show it.
Yeah. Because
it's going to hit once, and I got to make sure it's at the right moment. And that was an example of Mike Denbrock making a great in-game call at the right time to help you. And now all of a sudden a 24-17 game is a 31-17 game, and Louisville's done. And so I think things like that, those are the type of in-game. I think coordinators tend to make bigger in-game decisions than head coaches. The head coach does his great work Monday to Friday. The head coach's biggest asset on Saturday, in my opinion, is obviously the demeanor of the team. But I think a great head coach knows how to work an officiating crew. I'm being dead serious. How do you work the officiating crew? And because all the situational stuff, you've practiced all that. You're prepared for all that. You say yes or no. It's can you work an officiating crew? Because you don't know that the fourth down moment may ever come, but you know you need to work that officiating crew to make it. Like we knew that we could point to the officials that when we needed something, we could point it out. And I've seen coaches do that before and talk about that before. Like we were kind of waiting for the right time to remind them, hey, you can't do that. And so I think those are things that you can do. That's where a head coach really, to me, does his work on Saturday. His best work is Monday to Friday.
Yeah.
And then, halftime and, making sure everybody's on the same page and stuff like that. Your head coach really has to make sure that the communication is good at halftime, that guys are making the adjustments, that, giving his input on things. But your coordinators are far more impactful on Saturdays. Your head coaches are more impactful Monday to Friday, making sure everyone in the program is going in the same direction. But the in-game stuff is more so about, coordinators and coaches and things like that. Like if you say, man, what a great substitution there that's not Marcus Freeman's decision 99 times out of 100. That's Chris Ash or Mike Denbrock's decision or Al Washington or Mike Mickens. But you're the one as the head coach that made sure that everybody was kind of, hey, we need to think about this. He's going to have input on those type of things during the week. And then they got to call it at the right time on Saturday.
100%. So, yeah, 100%. Super chat from John A1. It's Julian Love in 05, the DB.
Okay, that's interesting. So that's even more. So it's giving the defense Khalid Kareem and Julian Love. That's very interesting. I feel a lot better about Julian Love being in there on that fourth down play than I would if Ambrose wouldn't.
Yeah, me too.
And then does Matt Leinart get to throw off? Because what have I always said about Khalid Kareem? He didn't have a lot of sacks in his career, but you could pretty much name every one because they were always in some big moment. Fourth quarter, Michigan, fourth quarter against Pitt, Stanford backed up, big sack to put them, you could kind of count on if it was a big moment. Khalid Kareem was one of the most money defensive linemen Notre Dame's had in the last 20, 30 years because he just made big plays in big moments and in big games. I mean, he'd go through a game against Navy, and you're like, did Khalid play today? You know, in the game you won by 40. But you always knew that Khalid was there when it was Michigan or Georgia or, you know, somebody good, because you were going to get his best. And, yeah, that's a really – Khalid Kareem and Victor Abiamiri on the same – ooh, that'd be fun to watch.
What if still competing with the 05 team with Julian Love and adding him and Khalid Kareem to that team, 2017, instead of Deshaun Kaiser and Will Fuller, what if you gave them Riley Leonard and Xavier Watts?
Oh,
would that change your answer at all?
I would say give me Riley Leonard and Jaden Greathouse instead. Because I love Xavier Watts, but, you know, in 2017, they had Alohi Gilman and, you know, Sean Crawford and Jalen Elliott, and I mean, they had some safeties. What they didn't have, I mean, their starting receiving core was like, what was that guy's name? He had Cam Smith and Chris Fink and
17. They still
Freddie
had
Canteen and he had Equanimous, but it's like, give me Jaden Greathouse in the slot to take some pressure off of Equanimous. I with Riley Leonard at quarterback. Yep. Because he can give you the same value that Brandon gave you as a runner, but he was a much better passer than Brandon was that year.
Yeah, true.
That's a good one.
Super chat from Patrick Duffy. Thank you, Patrick. We really appreciate that.
Yeah,
super
it's a
chat.
big one. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you. How do you guys feel about the kicking game? Field goals, punting, and kickoffs.
Punting and kickoffs, I'm good. I mean, number one, you have great coverage units. And number two, I think James Rendell's fine if you just let him kick. The rugby thing just still – there's a time and a place for that. You know, midfield, you know, like it's only going to go 35, 40 yards, and it's going to get caught and your coverage unit's going to – but when you're doing it like your own 30, like it just drives me nuts, dude. It drives me absolutely nuts. But if they just let him kick, he's really good. Kickoffs, I mean, I expect Derek Schmidt to be the kickoff guy, and he's got a phenomenal leg, and the coverage is going to be good. Kicking game, like field goals and PAT, I'm nervous about that. If Noah Burnett's the guy he was at North Carolina, he'll be solid. He'll be fine. But what we saw this spring was shaky. Yeah. Very shaky.
Yep.
I don't know that I'd be as nervous about it if we didn't go through what we went through this past season. I'd be like, dude, it's spring. We've seen this guy kicking in games. We've seen him kick in big moments. We've seen him kick in Power 5 stadiums. He'll be fine. But when you saw what we saw last year, where sometimes even PATs were a bit of a, okay, what's going to happen here? And then you go to this, you're like, uh-oh. I hope it's not a here we go again moment.
Yeah.
Does Justin Yoon have any eligibility left, please?
I wish. I would. Yeah, man. And I think the issue is, too, is like the misses weren't close. I think that's, yeah. I'm with you. I share the same sentiment.
I just wish we'd have had a healthy Mitch Jeter all season. It's so unfortunate because he was so good at South Carolina. And he was good for them when he was healthy. I mean, think about before the injury set in. It was the 40 was a 48-yarder against A&M to put the game away. Money. He had their first two scores were him kicking field goals. He was so clutch. I think the Northern Illinois game got in his head a little bit. They should have never allowed that kid. You had a better chance of throwing a Hail Mary than you did at getting a 62-yard field goal off and made. That was just an unfair situation to him.
When they trotted out the field goal unit on that play, it's like, guys, like just run like some schoolyard BS type of play. Put Jeremiah Love out there. Put Jadarian out there. Put, you know what I mean? You have the most mobile quarterback, one of the most mobile quarterbacks in the country. Just let him run around and do something and see if you think. I mean, yeah. And then I do hate that his last field goal at Notre Dame was a miss.
Yeah. I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Because
he was so clutch in the postseason.
Yeah, because his field goal before that was a game winner against Penn State.
Yeah, because the only other miss he had in the postseason was the block against Indiana. That wasn't on him. If I don't remember. Yeah. But man, that kick he had against Georgia, Penn State, I'm still like, that was great.
That whole sequence was just magical. Super chat from Lou Holtz, Thunder and Bolts. Thank you for the super chat. I met Coach Marcus Freeman at an alumni event this week. Remarkably authentic human being. His ability to rapidly learn and improve, turning failures into lessons, into strengths is truly unique. Natty is coming soon.
I appreciate the super chat, man. That is something I hear every time I meet someone who meets Marcus Freeman. It's like, it's that right there. Really authentic, really genuine. And he's that way that often because that's just kind of how he is. I mean, I'm a former middle linebacker in the Big Ten side, but like that's a football side of him. There's the other side of him that's more of that. And, I wish he wouldn't do as much of that stuff, but I know it's kind of not in his control. That's just kind of part of being the head football coach in Notre Dame. But that's what you always get is that's a pretty genuine guy who cares about people, so yeah.
Yeah, the thing I really appreciate about Freeman when he does stuff like that is all of the sayings that he has, like I like to call them like the fortune cookie sayings. Like it's just always, it seems so insightful, but he genuinely means it. There's some people that try to pull out one-liners like that they don't live by it, and you're just saying it because you think it sounds cool. I think he actually lives by it, and I appreciate that. I really do.
He's a flawed human being like all of us.
Yeah.
We all have our moments, but like that's something he cares about. And and you like hear him talk about his dad and you're like, okay, he was raised a certain way to have the values that he has, and he took them. Not everybody's raised a certain way, and you have parents who did everything right and their kid turns out to be a knucklehead. And you have parents who are just like worthless parents and their kid turns out to be pretty something awesome, just because that's just how it goes sometimes. But
sure,
like you can tell he took the lessons that he got growing up and applied them. And that's why we've got what we've got.
Super chat from Mark 1. Thank you, Mark. Good show, guys. When are the new football players coming in when are the new freshman players coming in?
Usually it's like the beginning of June, like first week or two of June is usually when that happens. Appreciate the super chat, Mark.
Mm-hmm. Jason Rose. Hey, guys, let's say Will Black is too good not to start at left tackle this year. Also, Anthony Knapp is too good to keep off the field entirely. What does the offensive line look like?
Honestly, I think you're going to have to go with some sort of rotation. I don't know if you can just move Anthony Knapp to center in place of Ashton Craig in the middle of fall camp or the middle of the season, unless Ashton Craig is injured. Like that's a move you need to start to work on in the spring.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're almost a situation where it's like, do you rotate those two like they did in 2020 or 2017? I don't know that I'd love to do that at left tackle. I think it's probably left tackle and center are the two positions I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I'm not going to rotate him with Shrouth and Jagasol. I really don't know. I think you almost. I really don't know. Move him to center. Like, let's say this by the end of summer workouts. You just know this to be true. Then I think that gives you enough time to let Anthony Knapp battle at center. And then let the best man win. That's the best I can do. That's a hard proposition because they're so talented. They have talented guys. Like last year, it's not a problem. I don't care. Move them to one of the guard or center spots. It doesn't really matter. Just get them in one of those spots because you had some issues at some of those other spots. Now it's like, do you take Billy Shrouth off the field? Charles Jagasol? Neil Wagner? Are you going to take Ashton Craig off the field? Like before Ashton got hurt, he was playing pretty good football. Who are you taking off the field? That's the situation that they find themselves in, Trev. Like it's a very talented room.
Mm-hmm.
Very talented room.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah. Real quick on 247, they have a running back named Brian Bonner, Crystal Ball to come Notre Dame. Does IB have any intel on him? I don't recall hearing you all talk about him. We have talked about him plenty of times. If you want to get intel, you have to sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. And you can ask that question there. But if it was up to me, I would not have a crystal ball on Notre Dame for Brian Bonner. But if you want to hear me talk about any given intel, we don't do that on this show anymore. We do that on the premium board. We talk about other things on the show. So just wanted to make sure I respond to that here real quick. So let's get down. I want to get a few because we're going to have to get out of here soon, but I wanted to get to some people maybe that we haven't had a chance to get one on yet. Salty had his bomb in there. He had one that I definitely wanted to get to real quick. Here we go. Here we go.
Question from Salty. Will Jadon Blair and Dallas Golden find their way into too many games to redshirt this season, barring injury?
Yeah, I think so. I certainly think so. Yeah.
We talked about it yesterday, Salty, a little bit, and it's like when you have guys with the talent of Jadon Blair and Dallas Golden, the odds of them being 5-year players is really slim. If they can come in and help your team now, no reason in holding them off for what they could potentially do in 2028.
Yeah.
Another one from Salty. What 3 games should Sarah Salty, her parents, and I attend at Notre Dame this season? We like IB tailgates.
Well, you definitely are going to want to attend the Texas A&M game. You're probably going to want to attend the USC game. And outside of that, I think senior day are always fun. Yeah, home playoff. That's a good answer, Trev. Good home playoff game. That's a good one. If you want to do tailgates, those are 3 pretty good ones. Those are 3 really good ones.
MT41, you've said that when Kenny Minchie is on, it's elite quarterback play. What exactly does that look like? Does he look like CJ Carr with slightly enhanced physical abilities?
So we got asked this earlier in the week, and essentially it's more playmaking with his legs. It's downfield shots that are on the money. When CJ's on, he's dropping dimes down the field. It's him playing with more power. I would refrain from comparing it to CJ because they're different players. It's not about. It just means he's a big time playmaker with his arm and his legs. And when Kenny's on, he's really spot on with his ball placement. He's making decisions on time. He's getting the ball where he needs to get to, and he makes some big time throws. Like, dude, that's a throw. Like the throws that CJ made. Like Kenny can make those. He can't make them as consistently as CJ, but like Kenny has the arm talent to make those kind of throws. And when he's on, he can make those kind of throws. When he's not, he throws picks in those situations.
Yep.
So that's really the difference.
Mm-hmm.
That's really the difference.
Paul Hamilton, if 2012 Notre Dame played 2012 Bama 10 times, what do you think the average score would look like?
28-14. I think if they play again and you take out some of the timing of the stuff going off Manti, I don't think Notre Dame loses 42-14 every time they play. I think everything that went wrong for Notre Dame went wrong, and everything that went right for Bama would go right. I think in a more normal situation, it's like a 28-14 game. Notre Dame wins 2 or 3 of them. Bama wins the others. There's a couple blowouts. Most of them are kind of in that 28-14, 28-13 range. That's what I think.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Ken Carson says the 27 class is a huge opportunity to close the gap at receiver, and it's a must to get at least 2 of Monson Sales, Julius Jones Jr., Zarek Sidney, and Quentin Burrell. There's a couple others I'd throw in there, Ken. I don't disagree with you. Like that has – and here's the thing is 2 of those guys are local. One's in Indiana, one's in Illinois, and the other one is a son of a former star for you. Now, that doesn't mean that he's going to want to come play for you. I don't know Julius Jones' affinity for Notre Dame. I have no idea. I mean, we all thought, you're going to get one of the Mosley brothers. His mom and dad played here. It doesn't always work out that way, right? Tom Carter's kid went and played at Stanford. So it doesn't always mean that. But, yeah, I think you got to get at least 2 of those guys. I think you're spot on, Ken. I think you're absolutely spot on.
Yep. Zach Nichols, apologies if already asked. But do y'all think 26 will be the best class for Freeman to date? What position groups stand out to you, assuming potential close?
It can, but I don't know that it will. If they want to do that, what do they need to close on? They need to land Caden Finley at receiver, and they need to land Grayson McHugh at offensive line. They need to land Javion Osborne tomorrow, and maybe get Jonas Walton to go with him in the class at running back. You need to land Joey O'Brien and Kerry Adams in the secondary. You need to land Tiki Hola Kerry Wilder and either Alistair Viejo or Elijah Golden or Noah Clark at D tackle, and you need to add either Dre Quinn or I'd say add Dre Quinn at defensive end. That to me that's how you make it the best class you've had. Close with that, and that's what it looks like. And then this one, and then there's one unique question that I've never been asked before that I want to address before we get out of here. That's not related to football.
Fair enough. Zach Martin, besides quarterback, which player at each level needs to have the biggest jump and at which trait, skill set, etc.?
Running back, the guy that needs to have the biggest jump for me, I think, is Jadarian Price, being more efficient with his decision-making. Receiver, it's which guy needs to have the biggest jump. It's kind of go back to what you said earlier. It's Cam Williams, and it's just feel for the game, route running, playing with confidence. Offensive line, Anthony Knapp, pass protection. It's a skill. Defensive line, I would say that's a good one. I'd love to see Josh Burnham get a little bit more comfortable winning on the edge and pass pro. If Josh could really turn his athleticism into more consistent production, we talk about Boubacar and Bryce Young a lot. Josh is a guy that I still think has a lot of untapped potential. Yeah. I don't know if he's going to get to it, but it's there. If he all of a sudden takes a jump as a pass rusher, just learning how to really get down and win on the edge and use his hands to win on the edge as well, he could take a big jump. That's one for me. Linebacker, I think just more consistency amongst the whole room in pass pro. Just they had turned to Kingston did it, Jaden did it, Jalen did it, Drake did it. They all kind of had moments where they turned somebody loose. Cornerback Christian Gray, use your hands better, trust your technique more is the big one there. And then safety, it's Luke Talich being more confident in himself. And Luke sometimes looks like a dude that really believes in himself and other times looks like a guy that's hesitant to really let it go. Be that guy that's always confident. Be the guy you were in the blue gold game all the time, and you're going to be a really good football player. That's the big one. Those are mine. Anything different that you'd add to that one, Trev?
Defensive line, I was going to go with one of the interior guys. On paper, I love the makeup of that room, but between one of Gabe Rubio, Jason Onye, Jared Dawson, like the level of consistency needs to be raised with them as well because they all have significant question marks. And then for safety, I debated about going with Adon Schuler. Just his tackling ability, led the team last year in missed tackles. I think that's something that will be shored up a little bit, but just coming into situations a little bit more controlled, cleaning up the missed tackles. But outside of that, I see it the same as you.
I'm going to read this last one and answer it, Trev. Salty asks, if a person was found to be a direct descendant of Jesus Christ, what would be the impact to Christianity? I don't know what the impact would be to Christianity because I don't know how people would react. I can simply tell you as someone who has studied the Bible and read the Word of God and went to seminary and all those type of things, I don't think that it has any impact because nothing in the Bible says Jesus didn't have a wife. Nothing in the Bible said that Jesus wasn't married. Nothing in the Bible said that he didn't have a partner in that regard. Judaism is obviously a religion where marriage and having children was encouraged. It's a part of the tradition. So there's him having a child and having a wife in no way speaks to the truth of the crucifixion, and it has no bearing on the truth of the resurrection. All the other stuff is like, what if you found out Jesus did this or he did that or this other thing? The only thing that truly impacts Christianity is the truth of his life, death, and resurrection. Our salvation comes through that, not whether or not he had a child, whether or not there's this bloodline, this ancient bloodline. That's not the Holy Grail. It's not the Shroud of Turin. It's not finding a piece of the cross. It's his life, his death, his resurrection. That's where salvation comes from. And finding this out in no way contradicts the Bible, because that thing is we know a lot about Jesus's life, death, and resurrection, obviously from the Bible, but there's external sources that also speak to those things as well. There's nothing in the Bible that gets contradicted if we find out that Jesus had a wife and a child. Nothing. And so, in my opinion, it has no impact on Christianity at all. He didn't say, my bloodline, my child, my this is going to be the house that I build the church on. He said to Peter, upon this rock, I build my church. Tear down this temple and I'll rebuild it in 3 days. He's speaking to his body. So the things that we can be sure, and how I came to faith, true faith, is it was an academic study. It wasn't just, okay, I don't want to believe that just the Bible said so. So I actually did research outside of things. I read a book that I would encourage anyone who wants to understand this. It's a book called The Case for Christ by Lee Strobel, who was a journalist who was trying to prove Christianity wrong because his wife had become a Christian. He didn't like it. And in his journey to prove Christianity wrong, he became a Christian because the evidence led him there. And so there were a lot of things like that that led that to me. So I don't believe Jesus was married. I don't believe Jesus had a child. I don't believe that was his purpose in life. But if we found out that that was the case, it doesn't impact my faith at all, because the whole point of this conversation is the Bible points to what? It's Jesus as the Messiah, right? It's the Messiah being prophesied in Isaiah that he would be sacrificed and he would be raised. That's what it was. It was the new covenant that comes through that. That's not impacted at all by those other things. And if we found that's true, it doesn't contradict the Bible, because the Bible never said it didn't happen. It doesn't talk about it, because if it did happen, it doesn't matter. The point of what the Bible is about. So that's my answer to that. I don't believe it has any impact at all. So yeah, that's my answer for that one. So, and it is a Friday free for all. And I think that is a very important question, because I think a lot of Christians have a foundation of faith. And I used to be this way. I was a Christian in name only, and little things could rock my faith, because it was like, God was here to just make my life better. And so little things like that might've shook me if I didn't have a true, strong faith, a very biblically oriented faith, not a tradition-based faith or this, but this is what the Word of God says. And so, yeah, that's my stance on that. Christianity is based on basically the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ and the covenant that created for humanity, and what that meant for our spiritual life and death. And that's what matters. So there you go. It's a pretty interesting place to end it, but I wasn't expecting that answer, or that question, but there's my answer.
Well, good deal. Good deal. Well, listen, folks, that's going to do it for the Friday free-for-all mailbag. Thank you guys for being a part of not only the breakdown of Jakobe Clapper's commitment to Notre Dame, but also for submitting really good mailbag questions and comments. Brian and Sean will be back on Monday for their RTCF show, and then Brian and I will be back Tuesday to keep breaking down Notre Dame's offseason. Now, before you guys head out of here, please be sure to hit that like button. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and that notification bell to know when Irish Breakdown goes live. But as always, the best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. That's Brian. I'm Trevor. We'll see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown podcast.
Hey, we'll be back tomorrow night. We'll probably have a show tomorrow night, so just be ready.